Wait a second. We're live, I think. I'm gonna double check that on the YouTubes. But how you doing?
Good.
Yeah.
How are you guys?
All
Good.
right.
Great to be here with you.
Happy to be here. Thanks for asking me here, Alex.
Of course. I mean, you're a novice, as you said before we started the stream, dipping into some of the classic space opera works, and I have not read any of it. I want to, but I haven't gotten there yet. So I figured I'd get somebody with a little bit more knowledge than me to talk to Joe about all that good stuff. So I have Joe here to talk about the history of space opera, because everybody has him on to talk about his fantastic book, Supernatural Encounters, which came out last year, and he talked about it at Legends Con. I have a video of his panel up on my channel. Don't know when Legends Con is going to release those videos. They said they're going to do that, and it hasn't happened yet. So I'm waiting on that for those HD versions.
I'm grateful to you and Sebastian and anyone else who posted videos, because I don't know either when those are coming, if they're coming.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I at least got the Supernatural Encounter ones out there. I wanted to get every single one, but as I got to the con, I realized, oh, this is not going to be possible. I was going to be like, I'm going to film all these panels. I'm going to have them up, but we had to like delegate where we went. So,
yeah.
But it's okay. It worked out. But yeah. So when we were at Legends Con, you were giving a presentation on the history of space opera. However, it kind of lost your voice. That kind of fumbled it a little bit, and so I felt really bad when I came in, and and I was like, well, I have some free time right now. My family's in Hawaii. I had work, so I couldn't go, and so I got the house to myself, and I figured, well, no distractions. Not gonna have any children yelling or dogs. I mean, I have dogs here, but they're pretty calm right now, and so I thought, why not give him a redo so people can actually hear him talk about the history of space opera in all of its glory? Because I think that's a very important thing that, as I was mentioning before we started the stream, that in a couple decades from now, my generation and younger are going to completely forget about these things. I feel like they're going to know Star Wars, they're going to know Star Trek, some of the other shows and movies that have come out, but the classic literature, I feel like a lot of people are going to forget as more people stop reading. And so I just wanted this to be a place where we could spread some love to that.
I appreciate that. What's that quote? I have it queued up here by French Joseph Joubert. The worst thing about reading new books is that they keep us from reading the old ones. I always thought that was an interesting and true statement, and especially now that there's a glut of material out there, not to mention other distractions, not distractions, but other forms of entertainment and art, like video games, and, obviously TV shows and movies. It's I mean, this is the progression, but it does feel like we're progressing at a very fast rate. Because even in 77, when Star Wars came out, I mean, certainly adult like genre fans kind of knew the sort of the corpus, or the sort of the canon of, like older science fiction, fantasy, horror, weird fiction, space opera. At least some of them did, but the younger generation didn't. And now we're how many years, almost, 50 years hence, and a lot of that is sort of, I don't want to say getting lost, because we do have like newer, like collected volumes coming out. Oh, hey Stevie.
Hey, Stevie.
So that's a good thing, but there's still just a lot to read. I mean, even with those collected volumes, like they amount to a lot, and people just don't even know. Like, they don't know to even look for them. Like, I don't even know that I would have known to look for them if I didn't make a conscientious effort to say, like, where is this all kind of stemming from? Like, because I had like rough ideas in my head, like fans do, but that was a weird sound. Did you?
The motorcycle.
Oh, okay. It's like, well, okay, it's appropriate for our conversation to have weird,
weird tales.
Yeah,
weird sounds.
Weird sounds, and maybe melodies.
Color out of space.
So I appreciate the opportunity to sort of share the love, and it's not that I'm this great authority on the subject. I mean, I certainly want to be, and I'm working towards that. I want to eventually do a book on the subject, maybe two. I'm still working out the details in my head, but I would like to do a book on the subject. That's sort of like because there are these books, like right now I was just looking at one before, Tales Before Tolkien, which kind of gives you a smattering of short stories that Tolkien may have read and been influenced or inspired by. And then there's one.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is. There's good stuff in there. It's not as comprehensive as I'd like it to be, but it's a good starting point. And then there's one Before Oz, which is like sort of like fantasy works before L. Frank Baum kind of got involved in 1899 writing The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. And then there are a few others. So I'd like to do like a before Star Wars and sort of like delve into some of the space opera, at least, and maybe include some shorts that are in public domain. I'm looking at this giant pile that's sort of sitting next to me right now that I brought for that purpose. But
I'd love to read that book. Just reading some of your essays, I worry about how seriously you would take that book. I know it would be a good product once you were done with it, though.
Thanks. I hope so. It really is just about kind of providing an overview of this era from pretty much from the well, we can get into that too, like from the 1920s or really from the 1910s, and then going back even further. I think we may have lost one of us, one of the Three Musketeers. Alex, hello.
Yeah, I'm here. I just had a phone call that I'm looking at real quick. So.
Oh yeah, all good.
Yeah. So keep going. This is mostly about you anyway. I'm listening. But...
Okay.
Sorry.
No, all good. I got nervous for a second. I'm like, oh no. The black hole swallowed him up. Oh, hello, Matt. Yes, we are. Good to see you.
Yeah, I'm not one of his favorite people, clearly. It's a joke, but
and Alex, yeah.
Yeah. But Al. That's funny. Sorry, continue with what you were saying.
Yeah, I lost my train of thought anyway. All good. I'm sure we'll get back to it because there's a lot. There's a lot to sort of cover. As best we can. Like I said, I'm not an authority on the subject. I'm just someone who's been really interested in it. And there's a lot of online misconceptions that, unfortunately have permeated, the online here.
You're certainly knowledgeable enough to have helped me take my first steps, which I'm grateful for.
Thank you.
And which has made reading, going into Supernatural Encounters and prepping to read it, much more exciting, though a much bigger task. It's kind of the extension of the EU completionism, adding all this material. This not Star Wars material, but the kind of influence Star Wars, or as you say, as I like how you put it, the material whose DNA you find in Star Wars, the weird fiction and the space opera. And because I was there at LegendsCon with Alex to see your presentation, and at first I kind of panicked, and I'm like, oh no, look at all this stuff I've never heard of, and now I got to do this now too. Encounters if I want to fully enjoy it. Then on your Discord, after talking with talking with you and you just watching you geek out, and people like Marcel, who really helped answer some of my questions, really showed me some of the places to start, like with weird fiction, specifically like with Lovecraft. So as Alex said, I'm still very much a novice. I would be an example of someone who has dipped my toes into the pre-Star Wars material, as you put it.
It's great stuff. I mean, and obviously, like anything, there are aspects of it that you'll love and aspects that you won't connect with. I mean, that's just the nature. I mean, that's true of the EU. I mean, there are books and comics that you love and some that you wish, didn't exist. I don't know if it's quite that extreme, but that's, that period was a bit of we called it the Wild West sort of the genre, because it was just, again, I don't want to say it was starting out, because when we look at, hopefully I can screen share and I can show you that page, but if you look at, the genre, it does really go back. I mean, it goes back quite a while. But the start of it as a kind of a dedicated genre endeavor, as opposed to, this writer here, in Europe writing this story, and this writer here in the States writing this, that was more of like, oh, all right, these different guys weren't following a tradition per se, at least none that we can necessarily trace at this point, but we're sort of just writing adventures set in outer space on other planets, or invasions from them here. But in the 1910s, 1920s, you have a more dedicated, like, we're writing this, this thing.
You refer to Edgar Rice Burroughs for that?
I do. Yeah. Edgar, again, and he didn't start what they were then calling planetary romance, or Sword and Planet. I mean, there are sort of like different critics or reviewers sort of came up with different names for what this body of work was. Burroughs didn't start it. There were people writing adventures on Mars prior to him. I've got one of them sitting here somewhere. This is across several planets. So this is 1880 across the zodiac.
So my stepdad was born.
Percy.
When you say planetary romance, does that specifically refer to interspecies romance, a human romancing an alien? That comes racial relationship.
That comes later. So you start to see that with Ed Hamilton, and even then, it's very. It's like a bit under the radar.
But Dejah Thoris is red.
She's red, and the females, like the red Martians that look human, are oviparous. So, or meaning that they lay eggs, which is, but in every other respect, they look, sound, speak, like humans do. So with that one, to sort of change to make it a bit more exotic. And it didn't stop John Carter and her from having kids, because the books 4 and 5 star John and Dejah's son. So John's not in all of the later ones, which I think surprises people. They think they expect that character to carry on, but he doesn't. So I guess you could even then say, I mean, if you're counting, oh, we lost Arthur.
Yeah, he lost power. He'll be back.
Okay. So to carry that thought across, so yeah, that is technically then the start. If you count the Red Martians, as aliens, even though they look like humans, because they're not from Earth. So, in most senses, they are alien. Then it does begin with, with Barsoom. It begins with that sort of series of books, which is interesting. And then you don't get into more exotic alien-human pairings until quite some time later. And then even in Star Wars, like even in the EU, that was...
I'm sure Stackpole's a big fan of that.
I know I was eyebrow when I first read it. I was like, I wasn't at the time, I just couldn't wrap my head around it.
Yeah, I mean,
now I have
the power to Corin. Yeah, I mean,
right? Yeah, it was
different strokes, different folks.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's just a weird thing because they in many cases, and particularly in the case of the Solonians, like they're basically big otters.
Yeah, it's really weird to imagine like how that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
especially because it's funny because like Star Wars has a lot of near human and humanoid races that they're humans, but they have instead of hair they have head. Yeah, Leku.
Or you got the Zeltrons, which are just pink humans.
Right. Yeah. The Zeltrons are essentially what the Red Martians are. Hey, he's back.
Lost power.
Look who's back.
It happens
back again. Yeah.
We were saying how even come the 1990s when you had human and more exotic alien pairings, it was weird. I mean, it was hard to sort of picture, and then you question, well, why am I being asked to picture this? So he goes home with a big otter every night. Okay.
Or Gavin with like a wolf every night.
Yeah. So it's
But is it also like our biases? It's a bit of like a not bigoted, I guess, but it's like it's just because it's unknown. I guess it's kind of like H.P. Lovecraft, but not fear. It's just like you can't comprehend it because like we don't have an example of that's okay. So you know.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't have like a sentient species that like looks like a dog or something where we could be like, well, if they're essentially people, but because all we have are domesticated animals and stuff. We don't have anything. So that's why it like comes across as like wrong, I guess, a lot of the time in the mind.
It does. It's a paradigm shift, but that's kind of like science fiction and space opera. That's what they do. Like they do introduce foreign concepts, and we're free to sort of accept or reject them such as they are. But that is what the genre does. Fantasy does that too. Horror does that all the time. You can only object to a certain point and say, well, I would never. Okay, that's cool. But if you lived in a galaxy in which it was commonplace to see and interact with beings of like radically different shapes and sizes. Oh, hello, Marcel.
Al also showed up earlier, but I didn't want to interrupt you.
Hey, Al. Good to see you, man.
Marcel is my secondary coach on this material, as I was alluding to earlier.
Nice. Yeah, I know Marcel's dived headlong into the pre-Star Wars space opera weird.
He and I are reading some of the same things. Yeah,
I love
that too.
Like I was thinking of an idea when we finish Super Literary Encounters to like maybe do like in honor of you kind of to do Joe. I mean to like just go through that together like we did for Supernatural Encounters. But I feel like that'd be better on Marcel's channel. I don't know if we're gonna actually go through with that, but that's kind of the idea. So I was like, I'll go through the EU in publication order with the Super Literary crew.
Cool.
And with him, maybe this is all in the air. We don't know for sure if this is happening, but like go through some of the classic stuff.
Well, Corey,
that's all in the air. It's not don't take my word as gospel there.
No, I don't know if you know, but Corey suggested that quite a while ago. Oh yeah, nice. I have all of them. I have a whole I've got stacks sitting next to me here.
I also got Quinlan here.
Oh hey.
Or Brennan.
Hey, Brennan. Wow, the whole gang. Almost the whole gang.
Yeah, we're missing Maxine.
We're missing.
And Ken.
And the Kens. Yes.
And the toucans, Tale of Toucans.
Yeah.
As I think one of Brennan's live streams was titled.
Neither of which are named Ken, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
But yeah, that actually would be a super cool thing. Particularly, and that's always the hard thing is like, is it in print? And in some cases, yes, definitely. And in other cases, maybe. Oh, nice. I'm still sad to cover.
The story in this, that's not found elsewhere. Is that still correct?
That is still correct. So C.L. Moore's body of work has not been properly collected.
Yeah. So for anybody
irritating
who's a noob like me, as Joe explained in his presentation, they're called pulps because they're made on junk paper, right? Yeah. So this is a pulp. This is part of Joe's research material for Supernatural Encounters. And he wanted to offload a bit. And so I'm lucky enough to have this story that's only in this pulp. Joe thinks. I think. I need to scan it for Corey and Marcel and anybody else who will want it. But it's just wild to think that, and this story is excellent. This story is excellent. The C.L. Moore story, and it's only in here, and it's falling apart. I've got to scan this thing.
That kills me. I think eventually, somebody will, because I know I have it here somewhere. Eventually, here we go. So Hafner Press is starting to do. I mean, but so. Once Henry Kuttner and C.L. Moore got married, they began writing under various pseudonyms, Lewis Paget being the most famous, but there were several others. And you didn't know who, they literally, you don't know who wrote what. So it's like an amalgamation of these two amazing authors. So this is one of the books that they did, Tales of Science, Fantasy, and Terror. But it's not enough, because they are such great writers, and it's such an iconic thing that they and others did during this period, which is the 1920s to about the 1950s. But Hafner Press is a small press publishing company, and there's only so much that they can do. And Weird Tales, I have some of the collected ones. They and other magazines like the one that you just showed. There was a lot of pulps back in the day. There's a lot of great stuff that's sort of sitting in the ether. Now you can actually find and download most of Weird Tales, I think legally. I know for free. So that's something. But I like to go kind of author by author. Hello, one of my favorite people as well. As opposed to going issue by issue, which I think is interesting too. I'd be curious to do, if I had another lifetime, it'd be nice to go through, because there's a lot. They published several times throughout the year. I have so you're going to see me bending a lot because they're all sitting here. I started collecting Weird Tales in the 1980s. When they kind of came back for a bit with you see Robert Bloch and Brian Lumley. You'll also see great writers like Tanith Lee. Oh, Stephen King is in there, and Thomas Ligotti. And then they reprinted Ray Bradbury and Henry Kuttner. I think those are older stories. I think Kuttner is dead at this point, but. So that's when I started sort of collecting them. But to go back and get the actual physical issues is just not something, that most of us can do. So at least it's nice that they are available digitally to sort of get. But I'm interested in these collections that these different companies are doing. This is not from Hafner Press. This is Hippocampus, which is another great small press publishing company. They're currently releasing a complete collected Algernon Blackwood, which again we haven't had, and it's odd that we haven't had that because he's foundational to the genre. Like they put out a 3-volume Arthur Machen set, which I did pick up and I'm currently going through. I think there's one for Ambrose Bierce. Obviously, Lovecraft has had several collections because his name, thankfully, his name is sort of carried into our generation, so that
we're getting a bunch of video games with him and stuff too, or about his works. So just crazy.
Robert Chambers,
where Carcosa, Ambrose Bierce introduced Carcosa. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. I was reading the intro to this, and as happens, things just spiral out of control when I'm trying to educate myself or learn things, and I can't read anything in a vacuum. And so I'm reading the intro, and it's like Carcosa introduced 10 years earlier in a short story by Ambrose Bierce, and I'm like, I thought this was the beginning of weird fiction. And then, of course, they talk about how the language is very influenced by Poe. And so I go and I read The Mask of the Red Death, and I'm like, hold on here. I'm going to read this. So then I can read Lovecraft and Clark Ashton Smith, so that then I can read C.L. Moore. And it's hard to cut oneself off.
It is, because it's a rabbit hole. And that's what's so interesting is that's why I say, like, so starting in, and we really do need to go basically to like the 1800s, because that's kind of where it I don't want to say officially begins, but there's a movement that, where you've got Poe, you've got M.R. James writing these really, really scary ghost stories, like that are even still to this day, like, very unsettling. You've got Robert Chambers doing really weird stuff. Ambrose Bierce prior to him. It's all just picking up steam. And then the pulps come along, so All Story Magazine and Argosy. And the reason they use cheap paper is so that they could do this, and it'd be profitable. Because if they were using higher quality paper, they just couldn't do it and make any kind of profit. And yes, some of the editors were taking advantage. I mean, we'll get into Hugo Gernsback, or Hugo the Rat, as Lovecraft called him.
I was going to say, you, not to interrupt you. You started getting into the 1800s is kind of like somehow the beginning of it. I was going to try to. I'm not very good with segues, but you finish up your thought and then maybe start your presentation for us.
Because it makes me curious, what started first, weird fiction or space opera? Or do they sort of emerge a bit at a time, kind of mixed together? Because I'm still a little unclear on that.
They're kind of both. They're both starting in tandem, because if you include folk tales, and if you include so I'll say a word like fairy tales, and you think you're right away your mind's going to Disney, because of the fact that Disney took public domain stories and made them kind of for little kids. Nice. Good to see you, man. So that's why we think of that. And I'm not anti-Disney. I'm just saying, like, although I do resent the fact that they built their empire from public domain and then extended copyrights so that less works would come into public domain until another 20 years had passed, which I think is unethical. And I'm surprised they didn't do it again. I'm grateful that they didn't. But, that being said, you've got fairy tales that were kind of written for, I guess you could say all ages, but if you read like the original Brothers Grimm,
They're dark.
they're not only dark, it's not even a matter of like, oh, they're offensive. Like they're really kind of sickening in some respects. I know that's going to get a lot of people to run out and read them, but they've got some particularly nasty qualities to some of their stories. But yeah, like very dark, very brutal in some regards. So that's why. So when I say fairy tales, I'm not talking about the kind of cutesy Disney princess. I'm talking about horror is sort of like intrinsic to, these very, very old, going back centuries. And then if you include, because I'm actually right. This is what I've been working on lately. Is I've been working on I don't want to say the best because that's not fair, but I do call it like my favorite, supernatural horror films, and I think the list is at 110, 120, and honorable mentions.
What's your top three?
Past like 2 months, he's like, "Yep, working on my list, the top 30." And then
what's your top three?
Yeah, the top 53 horror films. I'm like, what?
Top three. Well, I mean, The Exorcist, An American Werewolf in London, and The Shining. I think would be the.
Here's Johnny.
Three. I'm not even listing it in that way.
I've never seen American Werewolf in London.
You haven't?
Right?
So
I've watched a bunch of videos where they talk about it, but I've never watched it.
Outside of Star Wars, An American Werewolf in London was the film I was most obsessed with growing up. Just completely, utterly obsessed with that film. And I just saw it on 4K a couple days ago, and it still holds up to me as being one of the best movies like ever made. And when you see it, and I hope you do, we can discuss it, see if it resonates with you, on that same level as it does with me.
We'll do a horror with Joe some other time.
Oh man, that would be fun. I'll send you guys the list when it's all said and done. I'm kind of including like poster art and stuff like that in it so that it's more visually interesting. And this is all because Corey said what you just said. Although he didn't say what your top three, he said, what are some of your favorite horror films? And I thought, I'll make a top 10 list for him. And I was like, it can't be top 10. It became top 20, which became 33 and 50 and 66.
I think there's a pattern with Joe here where he goes, I'm going to make this thing, and then it becomes this huge thing.
And I was like, well, there's like some films I haven't seen, and I want to be fair. I want to watch them. And then what about older films I don't remember? I want to rewatch them to make sure this isn't just nostalgia. Like to me, that's like important that it be as objective as possible, within a subjective mind. So yeah, I keep saying I'm getting near the end, and I do believe I finally am. But if in a few weeks I'm still working on it, you'll know I didn't hit the end yet. Yes. Oh, most definitely.
I just watched that for my first time recently.
Oh, did you?
Because I think I believe there is an Easter egg in Supernatural Encounters. Not hard to believe. And, going and watching things like this, maybe for people who are much smarter than me, it's obvious. But when you go and you read weird fiction, and then you go and you watch things like this, you're like, this we wouldn't have this if it wasn't for weird fiction. It's just so cool to see that DNA, like you say, in it. I was just watching The Empty Man. I'm going to very briefly spoil the end of it. One Piece.
If you don't want spoilers, leave.
For The Empty Man, a recent horror movie, and the entity in it. At the very end, we get a better look at the entity, and basically there's a quick tentacle flash of the entity as he enters our protagonist, and that's very purposeful. I understand now, and this is kind of, correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, though
You're not.
this is more Lovecraftian weird fiction, but the filmmakers very specifically chose that tentacle to signal that this is a cosmic entity.
Right.
And I know that now from kind of somewhat educating myself, reading weird fiction, reading Lovecraft.
That's the thing. So like once you tap into some of these things, you pick up on kind of like a literary, I don't want to say cultural zeitgeist, because it only kind of percolates, into mainstream culture. Because this stuff was always underground. I mean, science fiction had been an underground genre. Space opera was underground. Weird fiction was definitely underground. And they kind of were all sisters to one another in that, up until about the 1940s, if you liked the one, you were dipping your toes into the other, or really immersing yourself in the other. And then like factions started to form, which sort of kind of spoiled that. But that happens, that happens still today. Like factions form, it's needless to form. It's like you can like both, you can dislike both, or you could like one over the other. It doesn't have to be a versus thing. But I think that's entertainment journalism that sort of creates that and sort of fosters that a bit. But yeah, so reading into even just a little bit of it kind of informs you, and I think enriches your experience of things like that, where you're like, oh crap, I know what they're tapping into here, and it's just actually super cool.
Tentacles, right? So this is an adaptation of a Marvel comic, and it's not like I discovered some secret recipe, but it's cool. It's there. This thing, I think I looked through. It's called the Slivolith. Maybe you just know off the top of your head.
Yeah, that's it.
Arbra. And specifically, they're described as having flown through space to get to this planet, which is also, as another motorcycle, just also Lovecraftian.
Sons of Anarchy.
And Alex, you said you read At the Mountain of Madness, and Joe, please educate me. I think that's where we get our specific lore about some of Lovecraft's entities coming to Earth from flying through space, basically the vacuum of space.
Pieces, yeah, like Lovecraft interspersed lore in different stories. So when you read the larger corpus, you kind of get a fuller picture, but it is always filtered through like cultists. So we don't entirely know the true story.
So that story, I love that story. Because they just sit there and they read the runes off the wall at the Mountain of Madness.
Yeah.
And just get all this lore, which seemed really ahead of its time.
Agreed. Very
Joe,
much.
Can you, not to put you on the spot, but I've been meaning to ask you this. Can you describe for me how we find weird fiction's DNA in Star Wars? Is it just as simple as the Dianaga and tentacle beasts and Minox and stuff?
No.
Before you answer, I was just going to say, I think as we're nearing the 40-minute mark, should have you give your presentation after you answer this question. But also, for part of this, do you have a present button at the bottom of your screen, Joe?
I have. I know how to do a screen share, if that's what you mean.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah. I practiced beforehand.
Okay.
So, if any of you guys have the Terry Austin illustrated Splinter of the Mind's Eye adaptation handy, you do. I actually don't. I meant to bring it. Oh, sweet. There he is. Thank you, Arthur. There's it right there. So, I've actually been in conversation with Alan Dean Foster of late. We've been exchanging emails, which was cool because his books, Star Wars and Splinter, were the first adult novels I ever read. When they first came out, and I got to tell him the story. So about that, which was fun. But I also got to ask him. So that is very, to me, it seemed very clear that that is meant to be Cthulhu. And he confirmed that indeed it was, even though it was called the Temple of Pomojima, who I later turned into Typho Jim. And the illustration right there, like, really sort of solidifies that. So in the very first EU novel, not the very first EU story, because that's Roy Thomas's pizzazz stories, which have other interesting things going on in them. But in the very first EU book, you have a direct crossover to the Cthulhu mythos. Like, that's, if you think about that, that's insane. Because
it is insane.
It's insane. So he's literally put the two together. Now,
and he intended it not as just like a little connection there. Like, he meant it to actually be Cthulhu.
It's what writers did. I mean, and this is why you see Robert Chambers taking Carcosa and bringing it into his fiction, and then Lovecraft taking The King in Yellow from Robert Chambers and bringing it into his fiction.
What's so crazy about the implications of that, and I know what I will present here. Some people don't like, but you don't have to accept it. It's just there for fun for the maximalists. But the show True Detective is within The King in Yellow's continuity, specifically because they talk about The King in Yellow, and the characters aren't like, oh, The King in Yellow from that author, right? So that they don't know what it is. So this book doesn't exist in that universe. So then it is in Carcosa is in that continuity.
I like how they do this.
Yellow is in Lovecraftian continuity, and Lovecraftian continuity is in Star Wars continuity to the extent that you choose to accept it. And so therefore, HBO True Detective is Star Wars. Not really, but
I love it. But you could, right. I mean, a maximalist will draw those connections. In that's sort of what that was a rabbit hole I fell down early on when sort of conceiving supernatural encounters. I'm like, oh, this is a scary, scary from like a research perspective, because it means it opens up this whole, we talk about the Star Wars universe, but it opens up this sort of like literary, filmic, video game universe that is far, far wider. And that's fun for people who are into that. 7 Degrees of Lovecraft, right? Yes, I want those skins. And this is not something like, this isn't a new discovery for us. The Wold Newton sort of chronology universe kind of picked up on this long before I did, kind of building on what Philip Jose Farmer was doing and the kind of expanding from there. Like, I didn't follow that specific vast timeline of interconnected, madness. It was
at the mountains madness.
Yeah, at the mountain. Yeah, talk about. Yeah, I didn't follow that, but kind of sort of built my own with Star Wars as the sort of kernel of that, and looking at the connections. And again, this like Arthur, you said, this is not to impose this on minimalists who don't like that.
Yeah.
And I tried to go to great pains to give room or give a way out for those who don't want that, and to say, well, here are different ways of interpreting this.
Just some of the stuff I encountered in Supernatural Encounters, I'm only through book 3.
Nice.
And some stuff you have very directly made part of the canon. Although even with Lovecraftian entities, how far I am, they're not yet named as those entities. So there's still that wiggle room.
Yeah, they're named as something else.
Yeah. With Clark Ashton Smith, who is your favorite author, one of your favorite authors, the stuff is very optional. And in some of the endnotes says that it's optional and is only put in the text in a way where you know what it is if you've read Clark Ashton Smith, and if you haven't, doesn't detract from the experience. So with CAS, at least, I think you nailed it in terms of messing with the continuity. but also opening it up for people who want it to have it there.
It's a fine balance to walk, though, isn't it? To like how much is too much and how much is not enough. And I really have heard from both camps, like, no, this is way too much. You overdid it. Okay, all right, I understand. I accept responsibility. But I've also heard from the opposite camp. They're like, oh my God, I caught this, and this. I love this, and this. I'm so glad that you did that because I always thought it was in there.
I think the way you do it is probably the best way it probably could be done. I think.
Thank you.
That it's the maximalist and the minimalist that you talked about in your panel. Going back to when I mentioned that I did upload it if you haven't seen it. But I love that approach of the maximalist, and there are some things where I'm more like iffy about when I read your book. And this isn't a supernatural encounter stream, but I think the way you do it, it's nothing that is in there is like, well, look, just cause. Everything has a reason. There's a connection to be made, explicitly mostly because of other authors or other writers that have
already done
that themselves.
Right.
Yeah, you're just adding on to it. It's not like, Power Rangers. I like Power Rangers. I'm gonna make Power Rangers canon in Star Wars. Right. Like there has to be something surrounding it that was already a connecting piece that you went, well, if it's already there, why not explain it? And I think that is commendable because no one else, I think, would put as much heart and soul and effort into making that work, and still leaving room for those who hate that idea to be like, no, not that. So
Paw Patrol was the hardest.
Yes. I absolutely love the Paw Patrol connection because, of course, it makes so much sense that Paw Patrol would fit in the Star Wars universe.
I'm not in. Is this real?
No, this is a joke.
It's a joke being made on Superlit that just continued ad infinitum. So,
but don't worry. If I ever write a fan fiction, if I ever finish my fan fiction with Brennan, I'm going to make. I'll try my best to make a 5-year Sojourner Jason story. But before he goes on it, he's going to pass by a planet full of little dogs. That's weird. He's going to bail. That's going to be my only reference to Paw Patrol. Take her or leave it.
Robert Sawyer is responsible for what's called the Lucasverse because he was commissioned. Oh, hey. Oh, nice. Yeah. Same. Yeah. Abel and I on the same page with that. Yo, good to see you. But it was Robert Sawyer who was commissioned to write was it the Alien Chronicles? And he was the one that sort of invented the Lucasverse, where everything Lucas
THX.
THX and
what was there besides THX?
American Graffiti and Indiana Jones and there's
Exodus in his draft.
In his concept, right? Like in his concept, he was going to bring. So you can read some of those on his website because he released the first few chapters.
First 2 chapters and an outline. Yeah, I did read it. I missed the American Graffiti.
Yeah, I think that was a case. I'm also in touch with Robert, who's a super nice guy. And if I recall correctly, that was his plan to also kind of have that in there somewhere. So I wanted to deeply honor his intent and include that because I think it would have been cool, to have had that included. That was sort of recontextualized into Deborah Chester's Alien Exodus trilogy, which is also phenomenal. Like that's really, really good series of books that Lucasfilm published, which I'm sure Arthur has there. I have it somewhere up.
He has everything in the universe.
Yeah, there you go. That's it. Amazing book. So, like if you're gonna do this thing, I'm gonna finish that work. Haha. Nice. Yep. So good. So if you're gonna do like an ancient origins of the galaxy, I always felt, well, it behooves me to honor those that came before me, and that included Robert Sawyer and Deborah Chester and their works. And then the rabbit hole that other authors created by weaving Star Wars into these other things. So, love it, hate it, accept it, reject it. It's all good, but
He just has them all on there. But also, we've hit the 50-minute mark, and just so I love the conversation, and
yeah,
I
we
wanted
need
to
some
keep going.
context. You're right, Alex. Let's
Well, yeah. I just thought,
yeah.
the title of the stream, we should actually give people what I promised.
Cool.
So, and then we can go back to talking. I don't care how long that goes on.
Yeah, well, hopefully you guys will interject as we go through this a little bit, because I think that'll be helpful. Otherwise, it can get very dry. The sort of literary history, but I have, if you want, I can just sort of screen share that.
Yeah, go for it.
Whatever you want.
There we go. Okay, let's see. Share screen and okay, here we go. History of space opera, and then I click share. Now, oh, nice. Oh, I'm glad it keeps our faces here. All right, good. This isn't actually the first page of it, but it's an interesting place to give context for people who want to know, well, why are you, apart from the fact that Lucas was inspired by certain things, so what's the big deal? And so, look at this right here. All of these things did not originate with Star Wars. They originated specifically in this case with Edmund Hamilton. And so this quote from Kaldar, which Arthur has, I love it. Oh, that's a nice, I don't have that specific one. That's a nice looking.
Public Lulu, like public domain edition. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's all good. I have the chapbooks that a nice guy on eBay made, which have the 3 stories.
Marcel helped me find this one.
Cool. Oh, I like that.
Of course, because Marcel's so awesome.
I like that better. But Hefner Press, for those wondering, will eventually get to reprinting those as part of this series, which is the kind of collected Edmund Hamilton. I think they're up to volume 3, I want to say, and 4 is coming out. So for those who are interested, but lightsabers, and if you read this is the first 1933, the first instant, case of a lightsaber. He called it a light sword, as you'll see in the bottom there. But it's awesome. So let me exit full screen and go to the first page.
Can I read it while you're getting that set up? Can I read another piece about those light swords?
Please do.
That's the first introduction of it right there, but I liked this. And now the light swords are even deadlier than lightsabers. If you just touch someone with it, I guess they basically spontaneously combust. But here we have later, after they're introduced, Merritt took a step forward, another. The 2 shining blades flashed faster, needles of light weaving a web of death between the 2 men. The imagery is pretty close.
Yeah. There's a video on YouTube. Hold on, let me get to see you guys more directly here, because if I don't see you, I can't connect to you. There we go. There's a video on YouTube basically suggesting that Lee Brackett goes to
watched it.
Oh, you did? Oh, interesting. So I had a chance to speak to Craig Miller at Legends Con. And Craig Miller was heavily involved in the making of that original Star Wars film. And I discussed that with him, like the idea of that. And he said, no, I was in the room when Lucas and Lee Brackett first met this would have been November of 1977. And so she couldn't have. He said, however, he goes, that doesn't mean that Lucas didn't borrow heavily from Brackett and Hamilton and others from that era. And I think very clearly that he did, or his screenwriters, which was Gloria Katz, and I'm forgetting the name of her husband, who later became her husband. They may have directly borrowed, or some combination of the three of them. So there you have it. So this was the first page of the presentation. It's now up on my site. Let me exit full screen again so I can move the pages. So this was given as a PowerPoint on September 10th of last year. And here's the syllabus. So it's based on these two books. And if you guys haven't yet read them, if you want a good history of the genre, the Gary Westfall's book is outstanding. It very kind of unbiasedly looks into the genre and the figures that made it what it is. I have a copy here, and then this one by Matt Stover is a must read because it's called Star Wars on Trial, and it presents. Let me just show you. Science fiction and fantasy writers debate the most popular science fiction films of all time, and specifically. So you have like opening statements. You probably can't see it, but if you can, the different charges and then defenses, and then you have like prosecution and then you have defense. So it's set up like that for different topics. But the one like this was one. This is a common one, and one of the reasons I did this: Star Wars novels are poor substitutes for real science fiction, and are driving real sci-fi off the shelves. And then you have a bunch of, like prosecutors and defense witnesses. Star Wars has dumbed down the perception of science fiction in the popular imagination. Star Wars pretends to be science fiction, but is really fantasy. That's interesting. There are other interesting topics in here that are sort of unrelated to what we're about to talk about. So this is the syllabus. I recommend reading it. Let me go to the next page. And again, feel free to jump in anytime. So Star Wars, again, is not real science fiction. The argument that space opera and Star Wars, by extension, belongs in the ghetto of sci-fi is one that started a long time ago. And then,
High Republic Yoda.
High Republic Yoda. He looks so angry.
Well, because that's kind of like these debates that you see. People do get very heated about them. It says, why is there so much confusion? But really, maybe a better word is also controversy over it, because people don't quite understand what the actual definitions are and how they differentiate. And I like this last one. Who cares? And that's a legitimate, it's a legitimate response. Honestly, who cares? Genres are intended for, they're intended for publishers and, for those profiting. But, and artists do hate to be boxed into genres. But it's not just a marketing issue. And as this little kid kind of sort of highlights, if you like something, you want more of it. And without having a name to put on it, it's hard to sort of do that. So genre really does help, to be like, oh, I like, these kinds of things. What else is out there that's similar? And then I've got
Zoinks.
Yeah, the Scooby Gang are kind of looking it up, which I think is an important part of this. we can't rely on entertainment journalists to sort of tell us what things are, because they're completely clueless. And the fact is that definitions do change over time. But what we're going to do is we're going to look at the sort of common definitions by sort of like established sources.
Before you get into
please,
it,
yeah,
Joe Marcel had a question for you.
Let me join. Let me see if I can see it. Okay. Yes, I am. The Tommy Westphal timeline is another really fascinating one. That's I think, correct me if I'm wrong, is based on different television shows that had these weird in-universe connections to other television shows, some that weren't even on the same network, which is interesting. There's one particular character. He's a detective. His name is escaping me, but he appeared on a whole bunch of different shows. Again, not even the same network, playing that character, which connects those shows in universe, which is super cool. It is. Again, if you're interested in this kind of thing, it's fascinating to explore it to the next level. And if you're not into it, great. Then it's just a fun Easter egg.
Yeah, I'm with you. Where it's hard for my brain not to do that. Like, it's not to get too much on a tangent. We'll get back to this.
Yeah.
But, I've talked to people about the Alien Predator universe, and I know it's very like, because like a lot of the books don't actually connect to the movies, and then there's like the Alien versus Predator, which is like a separate universe from their own separate universes. It's confusing. But when I watch just the films on their own and I see in Predator 2 an alien skull, I go, oh, so it's in the same universe.
Yep.
But to a lot of people, like, stop thinking about it so much. It's just a nod. It's nothing more. Don't do that. And I'm like, well, that's just how my brain works when I see stuff like that.
But what if it's not? I mean, that's
Yeah.
their interpretation, because they don't want to have to accept Predator in their Aliens movies. And that's fine. But that's only one interpretation. It is not the sole interpretation.
Yeah.
There are others. And the one that says, no, these are clearly meant to be connected is also a very legitimate way of looking at things. So, the people who say, oh, stop doing that, it's like, okay, well, how about you do you?
Yeah.
And we can each have our, we can agree to disagree on this thing. It behooves others to sort of stop raining on the parades of people who are enjoying things because they don't enjoy it that way, or they don't enjoy it at all.
Which is fine, but
that's completely fine. If you don't like something or have an ideological opposition to it for whatever reason, great. Don't watch it. Don't read it. You do you, boo. But don't dictate to the rest of us that we're supposed to do the same as you.
Yeah.
That's crossing a line, into a whole other area.
Yeah, for sure.
But anyway, I got off topic there because that's
okay.
A peeve of mine. It's bullying is really what it boils down to. So anyway, so all of these sci-fi, fantasy, space opera, space fantasy are part of this is a more modern term, speculative fiction, which sort of encompasses all of it. Okay, that works. It's under that umbrella. I don't really see a lot of people using it.
I haven't really heard it except for when I read this.
I call it genre fiction because these are all genres that are interconnected. That's how I refer to it. But dictionary.com calls it this. That's cool. So here we have the definitions. Science fiction, a genre of fiction that creatively depicts real or imaginary science and technology as part of its plot, setting, or theme. Okay. Fantasy, a genre of fiction involving magical, folkloric, or mythical elements. Space opera, as defined by Gary Westphal in his book, fast-paced adventures in outer space or alien worlds. And then science fantasy is a hybrid of science fiction and fantasy. Now, that technically could also be space opera, because space opera can draw from, as we'll see, can easily draw from both.
Because that, to me, basically describes Star Wars. Would be science fantasy, space opera.
Yep. Yeah. It's also like it's a more modern term that people put on, but again, space opera sort of encompasses that because of how broad that genre is. And yes, it did. It was, the term space opera came from Wilson Tucker, who put it in a pejorative sense. He called it hacky, grinding, stinking, outworn spaceship yarns, which is funny. But it's funny. Like a lot of negative terminology, it came to be embraced by its proponents and by its fans. What they didn't teach you about on the internet about science fiction. So it's Hugo Gernsback. He coined the term science fiction. He defined it. He made it an independent literary form in Amazing Stories in 1926. It doesn't mean that the first of what we call science fiction begins in 1926. It means that he codifies it. And from his point forward, writers are coming in intending to write this genre. Yeah, go ahead.
When did Frankenstein come out?
So Frankenstein came out much earlier in 18. I think it was 1818, because there were two drafts. She wasn't happy with the original draft and kind of like then rewrote it and re-released it. I want to say a decade or so later. Mary Shelley, speaking of the she in question, that's been retroactively brought into science fiction, but it's kind of funny because it's almost anti-science fiction in some respects, because it's really about how science and technology and the scientist, by playing God, creates a monster, creates chaos, creates horror.
Yeah.
But actually, a lot of science, like later science fiction and space opera and horror do that anyway. So that becomes a common theme, but it does run against what Gernsback sort of wanted the genre to be.
Yeah, I just mentioned it because you had mentioned that that's not when science fiction began in 1926. And I thought about Frankenstein, which is a horror story, but also it's using science to explain how somebody can come to life. So
yeah, it's true. And so we can, and they did this, like they went back and said, well, this isn't a good example of science fiction, and this is the part of the problem with that. So Jules Verne, as an example of, he's considered one of the forefathers or grandfathers of the genre, but he rejects science fiction as a term for his work. So it's an interesting, it's just an interesting thing that like these guys are like, yes, you're part of us, and he's like, no, I'm not.
yeah.
But you see that with musical genres too. So it's again, genre is a very kind of touchy subject. But we do have to give Gernsback credit for coming up with the term, for making a magazine devoted to it, and for launching like the first like conventions that were like dedicated to this genre, right?
Yeah.
And here's
that's terrifying.
That's from Lovecraft, actually, which is hilarious. But yeah, Lovecraft called him Hugo the Rat because Gernsback would just not pay his writers. He just would. I mean, Clark Ashton Smith had to take him to court, and if I've gotten to know Smith a bit through his letters, and he's the last person to have done that. He hated having to do that. he would have never taken anyone to court, and he did almost let him go on several occasions. But he kept giving him chance after chance, and Gernsback just would not pay. So, I mean, meanwhile, it wasn't like Gernsback was poor. You know, yeah, here we go. His salary is like $60K a year in the 1930s. Like, that's insane. You know? So there was no excuse. Yeah. No excuse for him to not do that. Hence why he will forever be remembered as Hugo the Rat. But, you know, there are some positives, you know, that he did. You know, and he really, I don't know if I have it listed here. I think I do later on at some point, like what he wanted for, you know, what he wanted the genre to be. I think I have it a little bit later on. But then, like, following him, then you have John Campbell, who's another controversial figure, also called the father of modern science fiction. That shouldn't be popping up. So if you've seen The Thing, then you've seen the story. You know Campbell because it's based on his short story, which was a novel. The novel was only released relatively recently, but he wrote a bunch of stuff. Most of it's not great. I mean, even Who Goes There is kind of borrowed, we'll say, from At the Mountains of Madness, from Lovecraft. So yeah, I have both versions. I have the short story and I have the novel version. It's like a lot of the stuff he championed. It's very dry. I don't find it to be terribly compelling. I think what Carpenter did was turn it into a masterpiece, because I do think The Thing is a masterpiece. But Campbell does get credit because he wanted to elevate stronger writers. And so you get, from his tenure on Astounding, you get Isaac Asimov, you get Lester Del Rey and Heinlein and Sturgeon and Van Vogt and Fritz Lieber and Frederick Pohl and L. Sprague de Camp, who's another polarizing figure, and Frank Herbert, who I know, Alex, you're a big fan of, and L. Ron Hubbard. But we'll get into him a bit down the road. So yeah, we can credit Campbell for kind of trying to bring science fiction to a higher quality. Whether he succeeded or not is a matter of taste. So again, we go with the good, the bad, and the ugly, some of which I've kind of gotten into. The ugly is very ugly. I mean, and before I kind of even like touch on that, it is important to state that yes, that era culturally had really crappy views on people, particularly people that weren't white, male, and straight. Okay. And who weren't like, basically who weren't fans. Like here's a quote from him here somewhere where he says that it's somewhere hiding, but that science fiction is for technically minded people by technically minded people, and basically everybody else can go to hell. Like that was his sort of approach to it. So yeah, I mean, it's not a secret. He's openly racist, sexist, bigoted, authoritarian, colonialist. He was a technocrat. He thought technology would save the world, and science fiction was the vehicle by which he could kind of help indoctrinate the masses into this belief system, into this ideology. And he rejected stories and authors that just didn't go along with that. And so like right here, like Bradbury, Hamilton, Harlan Ellison even, were not published in Astounding. But by the same token, then he champions Dianetics. So Scientology, he's on board with. So
Harlan Ellison, I love I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. That sucks.
Yeah, that sucks,
he says.
Yeah, it does suck. I don't know the word to use.
Incidentally, just so you guys know, Joe Duffy was actually very close to Harlan Ellison. Just so you guys know, like they were close friends. Joe Duffy, who wrote the Marvel Star Wars series. So again, like a lot of this feeds into the expanded universe in ways that we may not realize on a surface level. But okay, we'll get to that. So I love what Michael Moorcock says about that era of Astounding. He said it was a crypto-fascist, deeply Philistine magazine pretending to intellectualism. Michael Moorcock is very outspoken. I don't agree with all of his views, but I do agree with this one.
Is he the one who wrote the Elric?
Elric, that's right. That's him. Yeah. I've got a complete series of Elric on my shelf, and I haven't yet gotten to it. So that's, I
plan on reading those at some point as well.
Yep. So. Yeah, same here. I've heard nothing but great things about it. All right, so here are the different rules and aims of science fiction as defined by the two most influential men, the ones, basically the gatekeepers, because these are the guys who ran the magazines and, rejected or accepted submissions, but they also wrote essays and articles on the subject of science fiction. So they really did influence, the writers and the fans of their respective eras. Gernsback in the 30s and Campbell in the 1940s. And so it's important to look at the rules because of the conclusion I'm going to draw later on about science fiction and space opera, because the current thinking is that space opera is a subgenre of science fiction, and I'm basically here to say no, it's not. It's not at all. I won't bury the lead. I will just come right out now and say the conclusion, which is space opera is its own genre, and here are some of the reasons why. So Gernsback basically says that like science fiction should be 75% literature and 25% science. And
what's that even mean?
It means that the stories have to have a quarter of them have to be science in them. Describe how, even if it's fake science, that doesn't matter to him. It has to have real or pseudoscience explaining how something works. And in his own stories, he did this, and they're terrible. And a lot of the what we call the golden age of science fiction still kind of does this, because those guys were raised on Gernsback and on his magazines. And so like the story just oftentimes comes to like a screeching halt as they then spend the next few pages describing how the machine works. Heinlein,
the engine,
right. I mean, you see this in a smaller degree. You see this in the original Star Trek, where they'll start to what they call technobabble.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. Yeah.
As a kid, it always annoyed me because I grew up as a Lost in Space fan, and there was none of that nonsense in there. It was on to the next monster.
The defibrillator.
But it was important to Gernsback, and I want to, play devil's advocate. I want to take his side because for him, and I understand where he was coming from, he felt the science community were very staid, very conservative, and lacked imagination. And so he felt like a lot of things that could be in the process of being invented weren't being, because they just didn't have an interest in thinking outside of the box. And so for him, science fiction would be the vehicle by which they could do so. They could patent new ideas and new inventions and make a better world.
Seems a little smug.
Yeah, it is. It is. I don't want to say that. I want to take his side and say, I get it. He wanted to see the world get better. He wanted to be a better place. That is noble.
A lot of science fiction seems to. That was a big thing with the original Star Trek that you mentioned. I mean, Gene Roddenberry wanted this perfect future. That was his whole idea. Now, I just don't see those realistic with humans. So I've always preferred like Deep Space Nine because I feel like that's a more realistic portrayal of how things would go. But you know, it is honorable in a sense to just kind of want to have a vision of
Yeah.
a good reality in the future.
Yeah. Yeah, and so this would be the means by which that could happen. Now Campbell had I left out the one thing. So the stories had to have a prophetic element, and that was a big part of it. It couldn't just be describing current modern science. It had to have, this is what could be. This is what we potentially could imagine. Okay. So Campbell kind of sees this all as a bit crude, and then he tries to refine it. So he says it has to have a literary quality. It has to have realistic characterizations. It has to have a basis in known facts, give or take. He was a little fuzzy with that. So he did allow the social sciences, so psychology, and pseudosciences, provided that it was logically explained. And this was interesting, and had to examine the results of inventions on societies. So Arthur, if you thought Gernsback was smug, Campbell takes it to a whole other level. He wants to stimulate education for future scientists. He wants to propose ideas to authority figures. Like, he wants science fiction to offer commentaries on all manner of social issues and problems.
Sure.
So he's taking this to the next level, whereas Gernsback was focused on let's get the science community to stop being so set in their ways. Campbell's like, no, we can influence all of society. It almost has a super villainy kind of aspect to it.
So Joe, who was Edmund Hamilton published under out of these two guys? Forgive me my ignorance. Is this later, before?
No. So Campbell, it's just an interesting thing. Hamilton's being published under Gernsback, under some of his magazines, and under Weird Tales, which was under a completely different thing. Weird Tales didn't have the rules of science fiction in place. Weird Tales was more about, in some ways, it was more about breaking the rules. And that unfortunately did start to change when the editors got a bit conservative minded themselves, and that they were afraid that, maybe the horror was going too far for 1930s audiences. Maybe this is too weird for Weird Tales. In any case, that aside, that because the editors seemed to be very capricious with what they accepted and what they rejected, from Lovecraft and from Clark Ashton Smith and others, and Robert E. Howard. But they seem to have never rejected Hamilton, incidentally. Like, Weird Tales loved Hamilton, and the majority of his stuff can be found in Weird Tales, as well as there's a lot in Gernsback's magazines as well, and Amazing Stories and others. So Hamilton's old enough to remember when Campbell was just a newbie, was just like a reader of the magazine writing fan letters. And then years later, like many years later, when Campbell's taken over Astounding, and they're at the science fiction conventions, and Campbell's now a big deal, Campbell's not speaking to Hamilton. You're like, because space opera began to have, which we're going to get into, a bit of a stink to it, by in the opinions of these sort of like golden age writers, and so suddenly, Hamilton's like, he's like the old, he's that space opera stuff, and Hamilton's like, are you kidding me? Like, because Hamilton was writing a lot of things. He was writing straight on science fiction that obeyed these rules, and he was writing like amongst the earliest like space opera stories in 1927, and he was doing horror. So he was across the board, and he could write very, very well, and he could write very pulpy, like, if he wanted to, because he wrote very fast. I think of Kevin Anderson in that regard. Like, Kevin writes very fast.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. And Hamilton, in some of the stories you can kind of tell, but you can see there's a bit more thought put into them. So, okay, so where does that you are hereby
I'll be right back.
Okay. Here's the quote that Campbell said, that science fiction is written by technically minded people about technically minded people for the satisfaction of technically minded people. So you start to see that arrogance come in. I was talking about this earlier, like the factions. So now in the 1940s, you're getting these factions of like very serious, or what we now call hard science fiction fans, kind of like poo-pooing, the other genres. They're poo-pooing fantasy and certainly space opera and horror, because science fiction is superior because of all the reasons that I mentioned above. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I think the Tywin Lannister meme is perfect when you were mentioning the quote by Campbell. That's very Tywin. So.
We're going to get into there's another reason why they felt this way. But we'll because again, I like to play devil's advocate and see things from different perspectives, not just because I am, as I said, I grew up on Lost in Space, so I am, I was born a space opera fan. I was like a tiny little kid when that show debuted, and it instantly, hooked me. So, but I don't, it's important to try and be objective as much as possible. So I want to take their perspective. I want to see what it is that they don't like about this genre. So, like, Gernsback didn't like its conspicuous lapses in scientific fact. Okay. Campbell felt it overtly appealed to a juvenile audience. Okay. Then in the so then as we go on, like in the 1950s, like, oh, well, space opera is not addressing today's social issues. That's not true, but that's how they felt. The New Wave came in. So now the New Wave, we're now in the 1960s, right? And they're all about experimentation. So they're thinking back to the 1920s and 30s and saying, oh, well, yeah, it was crude. The prose was crude. It's not true. That's also not true. Yes, there are examples of some stories that were. I mean, absolutely. It was a popular genre. So with that, you're going to get some stories that are hackneyed and poorly written, and then some that are excellent. You can't throw out the baby with the bathwater. And then the cyberpunks, projecting an air of knowing cynicism, dislike the innocence of space opera. It's true, space opera isn't cynical, by and large. It is a bit more. It is a bit more hopeful. There is a good versus evil aspect to it, and obviously we see that in Star Wars. So, in sum, no matter what church of science fiction one worships at, space opera is always the great heresy. So, and that's from Gary Westfall's other book.
What's
and
the other book?
You know what? Actually, this might be an article that he wrote prior to writing The Mechanics of Wonder. Actually, I think it was from an article. And yet, fans continue to love space opera. So, so this kind of may have been underlying. This is part of what's underlying some of the hate, and it's that Buck Rogers stuff. And this, this came out in comic strips, in books, and of course in movie serials. We know this because Lucas talks about the influence that, Flash Gordon had on him. In fact, he wanted to get the rights to Flash Gordon to make a modern adaptation or interpretation of that. And when he didn't get that, then he opted to write his own. So it's interesting. But it was Buck Rogers and Flash Gordon are kind of geared to kids. And so when people thought about science fiction, they were like, oh, that's that Buck Rogers stuff. And here, these guys are trying to establish themselves as serious writers of literature who can potentially change the world for the better. And so space opera was getting in their way from being seen as that. So again, like, we want to see it from their perspective. That was, but there's another kind of deeper aspect that I find even more interesting. And I guess I might as well just read this, because to sum it up is going to be a little hard. But the real disdain for space opera among science fiction purists has to do with older and more intricate debates about the attitudes of the Enlightenment versus the Romantic, progress versus nature, science versus faith. Those who held to scientific progress and the values of the Enlightenment had a very different outlook to those who saw the devastation of the Industrial Revolution and science captured by government and corporate interests. So if we look at Romantic and Neo-Romantic literature, we see how space opera kind of fits right into it, as opposed to the more rigorous science fiction, which falls into Enlightenment thinking. And as a refresher, Romantic literature involves the celebration of the sublime or awe-inspiring powers of nature, the glorification of individuality and emotion, the rebellion against tradition and rationality, and the infusion of the spiritual and supernatural. So there you have it. Now, on this next page, you'll see what went directly into the origins of space opera. And here on the left, you see all the different genres that kind of inspired it. And then on the right, I kind of put like some of the more famous sort of like texts that precede it. And this is why, like, space opera could never conform to the rules of science fiction. Its origins, its DNA is found in lots of other things. So as well as what we just discussed, which is a sort of like the Romantic literary approach and worldview, right? So, and then I have the arrow pointing down to Planetary Romance, which is where we get into the influence of Edgar Rice Burroughs, and specifically, more so than his Tarzan stories, his John Carter stories. And he had others. He had Pellucidar, which was like a Hollow Earth, adventures in the Hollow Earth, and he had Venus stories with Carson Napier. But this is kind of really where a lot of space opera authors were sort of like reading John Carter. They were reading a lot of these texts. And
I needed on those as well. I've only seen the what was it, like the 2010 reboot Disney movie they tried to make of John Carter that no one remembers.
Sadly,
do you like that movie, Joe? Because my understanding is that it's aged well and that people regard it well.
I liked it from the get-go. It's not that I think it's perfect. I do think that Taylor Kitsch was kind of very miscast as John Carter. The John Carter of the books.
Is he not buff enough?
He's an older guy. Like, think more of like a Clark Gable sort of figure, rather than Taylor Kitsch, which is kind of like young 20s. I don't know. I didn't. He's a good actor. It's nothing against him. I do think she was great. Who played Deja?
Yes.
Lynn, somebody. She was excellent. So yeah, I thought it was a bit problematic, but the reality is that Disney sabotaged it. I mean, and there are really good videos on YouTube which show, and there's a great book on the subject, John Carter and the Gods of Hollywood, that detail exactly how Disney sabotaged it and the reasons why they did. I mean, they had acquired Marvel, and they were just about to acquire Star Wars. So like it just, this wasn't going to fit, and they didn't want to put in, you know, the effort or any more money.
Did they own just the film rights at the time, or how did that work? Because Disney put out these 3 books. Is all 11 of the John Carter books. Hi, honey. Say hi.
Hello.
See you again.
And so is it now in public domain? The books are in public domain now.
Well, that's kind of like with Sherlock Holmes. There's always like this bit of contention. Yeah, they should pretty much be in public domain. I mean, so he wrote 11 and some short stories. I don't know if the final books have entered public domain yet, because I don't recall what the year is of like books 9, 10, and 11.
Do you know about these put out by the Edgar Rice Burroughs estate?
Nice.
I've only read the first of 11, and this is considered, it's accepted in continuity as 12.
I want that. That's in my Amazon cart. Yes.
If you look through this, and this is where it gets overwhelming, and I'm like, nope. Words of Eternity super arc, right? So now the estate has gone back. Carson of Venus, Tarzan, John Carter, this, and it's connecting them all. They all were connected.
They were
already, and they've got a super arc continuing all of those franchises,
which is very
that's
cool.
Crazy. I didn't even know that Tarzan had books until like way later in life. I only ever saw the Disney film.
What am I looking at? Those old school John
These
Carter?
are these are the Venus books.
Venus books.
That Carson Napier is the star of. Yeah, there's I think 5 of them, and then I've got like a later like edition by another author.
I love the art on these.
Oh, they're great. I love that. Well, see, that's the funny thing. Like, if you look at the marketing that Disney did for John Carter, it's terrible. I mean, it's some of the worst marketing like ever done. Like, it looked like a generic science fiction-y thing for kids. I mean,
and they didn't even call it John Carter of Mars initially, right? That was the big mistake.
That's right.
Or just called John Carter. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there was all this great artwork that they had the rights to because they had the rights at the time. They had gotten it back from Paramount. Because Disney actually had it initially, and there was going to be, before Snow White, there was going to be a John Carter of Mars animated film. And that would have been awesome, because just as they were beginning production, some studio head was like, oh no, this is too much for audiences. They're not going to be able to handle this. Because, you know, obviously you've read the first book, at least. There is considerable violence, you know, in it. But it was kind of like, it's interesting too, because in 1935, Universal Studios approached Clark Ashton Smith to adapt 2 of his stories. Now you think about how, so we almost had like early John Carter in animation, and we almost had early like Clark Ashton Smith films, like how that would have completely changed the landscape, you know, of films moving forward. I'm just fascinated by like the what if, you know,
the multiverse where it did happen.
Yeah, exactly. Like, but you know, maybe and maybe audiences weren't ready for it. I don't know. I mean, this was before the Hays Code, which kind of put a squash on everything, because, oh, you know, the children and Americans, you know, it's immoral, blah blah nonsense. But you know, it was fine for literature, but movies, nope. Like that can't be. But at least we had books. So in any case,
you still kind of see that to this day. Even Disney Star Wars is still more violent or sexual within its written material than it would be on the big screen. Not sure why that is. A smaller audience. Who's to say?
I know it's weird. The era of the 4-quadrant film may be kind of at an end because of how divided audiences are. Which is a shame because it costs a lot of money to do fantasy, science fiction. Horror, oddly enough, doesn't. Horror it can be very cheap to make and make effectively, whereas with sci-fi and fantasy, you've got to create worlds, and you've got to create multiple beings in these worlds. Which is why it took till the sort of our generation to start seeing these things realized in ways that couldn't have been done. Hey, maybe up until
what's that?
That's
saying hello
from Strider from Middle Earth. Speaking of other worlds, so I don't know. It's weird. We're in a weird time. I just hope it passes because I don't want to see bigger budget fantasy and science fiction go the way of the dodo bird because of nonsense. Let's just put it that way, just because of nonsense. So anyway, so you getting back, unless I fail to answer a question of yours, I don't know, but getting back to, and if I did, please interrupt. But so do you guys see these these German publications? So
Loved Perret.
This is really cool. Like, a lot of people don't know. It was called Captain Moore's The Air Pirate. It ran 165 issues from 1908 to 1911. So 1911 is when Edgar Rice Burroughs begins writing, Princess of Mars, or Under the Moons of Mars, which is how it was originally known in All Story magazine. For 3 decades prior to that, you've got basically a space opera series. So reprinted in Italy, Poland, and Russia. Captain Moore's is an inventor whose family is killed by a group of evil men who want to use him for their own evil ends. So he creates an armored, technologically advanced airship and weapons to take vengeance on them and those who oppress the innocent, both on Earth and in the planets of the solar system. Enter aliens, robots, and monsters. It was banned in 1916 by the military, who thought it might give away secrets. So talking about how we can keep going back in time to kind of see earlier examples of space opera, or planetary romance, or Sword and Planet, or whatever you want to call it. It's really interesting. I get into a little bit of a history of Argosy here, which you guys can kind of read on your own, and a little bit of Burroughs. So here we have when it enters the pulps, and here we have some of the earlier names. Ray Cummings, 1925, with Toronto the Conqueror. J. Schlossel, it's a tough name to pronounce. J. Schlossel, Weird Tales, 1925. Here comes Edmund Hamilton, 1928, The Interstellar Patrol, which was a series. It didn't repeat the same characters, but it was the same organization that they were a part of. And here's where you have, interestingly, long before Star Trek, right? You've got a human working alongside different alien races to fight against evil. And so that's really neat. That goes that far back. I appreciate that about Hamilton. That it wasn't just what, and this is what Campbell kind of later wanted. In Campbell's era, right, the so-called Golden Age, aliens were always evil. They were always to be oppressed by the square-jawed, male hero. And yes, Hamilton certainly had the square-jawed hero, but he had him working alongside aliens and sometimes women as well, to defeat the bad guys. So I think doesn't that show, like, in a way that, like, space opera in some respects was actually ahead of, like, where science fiction had gone in the 1940s? I certainly think it does.
In Hamilton's World of Antares, on the planet Kaldar, they're red, so they're a different species, but they're pretty much humans.
Right.
I think they call themselves humans even.
Right.
Is that what you're referring to, working alongside aliens, or does he work alongside, like, some even more googly aliens and stuff?
Completely googly aliens, which is...
I like this term of googly aliens. We should keep this.
Yes. Like tentacled aliens, and...
You make me think of the Jebby when you say googly.
Cat aliens, dog aliens. All you name it, they are working. The Interstellar Patrol is different races from different planets.
Paw Patrol, all connected. Sorry, continue.
I did say dog-faced aliens, right?
Yeah.
All working together. I love it. I think it's brilliant. Of course, then you have E. Doc Smith, who is famous as one of the fathers of space opera with the Skylark of Space. And of course, Clark Ashton Smith, who's sorry, when that cat cries, he really cries. It's right there. He's right there, 1930. He's like literally right with them doing, of course, he's injecting horror into space opera, which Jack Williamson will do in 1934 with the awesome Legion of Space, which I have here somewhere. There's a great 3-book, it's actually 4 books, unfortunately. It doesn't include the 4th, so I'm going to have to find that elsewhere. But Jack Williamson, the first one in particular, is the best because that's really got an infusion of horror in it. But it was Clark Ashton Smith who started doing that, years earlier. Of course, then C.L. Moore jumps into the fray. And then
with Clark Ashton Smith, are you referring to that one reoccurring cast of characters that's in that spaceship? That it's a group of guys, or did he have more than I'm thinking of?
In what story are you referring to?
He has a recurring cast of characters that seem to be his space opera stories.
Hamilton or Williamson?
Clark Ashton Smith.
Oh, Clark Ashton Smith. Well, that was the thing. So starting with Marooned in Andromeda,
yes,
the publisher liked it. This was Wonder Stories, and I'm forgetting the publisher's name, the editor's name. In any case, he loved it so much, and he saw so much potential in it that he wanted Smith to just keep putting out with the same core cast, doing more stories. So then you have the Red World of Polaris. And then you have a third one that was lost for decades, and Hefner Press managed to track it down. So we now have a complete, which I have sitting here right in front of me. Here we go. The Adventures of Captain Volmar, which includes the Amazing Planet, Marooned in Andromeda, and Red World of Polaris, I think, are the 3. Such a cool cover. I love these wraparound. But guess what? Wonder Stories wasn't paying. I mean, it was kind of like that same. Was that a Gernsback magazine? Because that would explain why. But he wasn't getting paid, and so that ended what would have been, a really cool series. But at least you got 3 stories out of it. It's better than nothing, I suppose. So a lot of times the practicalities of the publishing industry get in the way of like the art, itself, because that would have been, that's you're looking at a cooler Star Trek before Star Trek. I mean, I say cooler because it has those horror elements in them, and because Smith's worlds are very exotic. Like he thought it was. He didn't agree with. I mean, Burroughs did have like the 6-limbed, Tharks, alongside humans, and Burroughs had lots of cool creatures, but the fact that he also had humans was a bit odd to Smith, who thought, well, if we ever did go to other planets, they would be very, very alien. Like you're just not going to find a human like. You're going to find really weird stuff out there. And so when you read his stories, like, you know, like even like the plants are, you know, like weird and sapient and malevolent in many cases, or maybe malevolent's not the right word. Just we'll say dangerous.
Would you say that's almost approaching the definition of what makes something weird fiction, or
yeah,
or the sort of one?
Yeah, yeah. Which is why the two are so closely related. You know, because it's important too to understand that like everybody, like everyone looked up to Clark Ashton Smith and to Lovecraft as well. But these guys, you know, Hamilton and Brackett and Moore and so many others, like really kind of saw him as a pioneer. I have I guess when I get back to it, I'll even show you what the Encyclopedia of Science Fiction has to say in regards to his influence. But like people were reading these things, like fellow writers were reading these stories and saying, yeah, cool, that's what I want to do, you know, and doing it, which I think leads us back into where we are. Yeah, here we go. Right,
perfect.
Arthur, you must have read my mind, or
before you get in, Michael's here to say hi, and he has a question for you.
Hey, Michael. Let me jump back here. Is there any space opera in public domain that you think would work good as a comic? Yeah, there's a lot of it in public domain that would work good as a comic. Yes. I just mentioned Jack Williamson's, where did I put it? Did I just drop it? Anyway, that first story would be incredible illustrated as a comic strip or a comic book. It would be hard to do in live action, but you could definitely do it in animation. And the Clark Ashton Smith stories that we were just talking about are also in public domain, I believe. Wait a minute. Let me look back before I say definitive.
I got a collection on Kindle of Clark Ashton Smith books for free, so I think it is in public domain.
Well, because he didn't. I don't know that he had heirs or anyone that renewed the copyright. So those, because of that, those ought to be in public domain. But you can check. There's actually a website where you can check individual stories just to be on the safe side. But yeah, he actually, you know what? I may have to take back the Jack Williamson because that's 1934. I don't know if we're up to that, and I don't know if that was renewed. So look it up first before you start a project like that, especially if you want to profit from it. Because that, I mean, ultimately that's the key. If you're not going to profit from it, then, you know, have fun. Then you know, you can do anything you want, pretty much. But if you're going to make a profit from it, be sure. I forget the name of the website, but you can just pretty much like Google is this, you know, in public domain, and it'll by and large tell you. But those early Clark Ashton Smith stories certainly are, and they're very rich in visual imagery.
What are you showing us here, Arthur?
Nice.
Clark Ashton Smith's collected fantasies there.
Right, you have them all.
What a great time reading through those. I know there's more stuff than that. Joe's got a book of his sculptures because he's weird and awesome. And ooh. And wait, what is that's the sculpture book?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love this book because it's just loaded with his, because Smith was like a true artiste in the sense of the word. See in that picture there, but he kind of played it up a bit, in large part because he couldn't stand his hometown of Auburn, which, you know, he struggled with. But He was a poet. He in fact, he had a lot of critical acclaim as a poet early on in the 1910s. Very young when he started. Here's some of his bizarre sort of sculptures.
Oh, Marcel, when he found that video from the Crypts of Memory, his poem, someone's reading to, and it's got like ambient music. Alex, you should. I'll talk to you after. Maybe you should put that in the description to this so people can find it later. It's like it's like 7 minutes, and if anybody's watching this and they're like, "What's Clark Ashton Smith's deal?" and they'll watch that and they'll be like, "I get it. That's
sounds like a deal."
That's an illustration he did for a Lovecraft story for Weird Tales. I don't think they used it. Oh no, I'm incorrect. He did. This isn't the one for Lovecraft. He did 2 illustrations or 3 illustrations, one for his own story and 1 or 2 for Lovecraft. Weird Tales did use some of his illustrations. I mean, he was involved in the arts in any way, shape, and form that he could be. And he was not a rich man. In fact, quite the opposite. He was very poor, like very poor. His house didn't have running water, didn't have electricity. He had to take care of his ailing and aged parents. But, so he is like the proverbial artist. And he went to great pains to create stories that had resonance to them. So I'm grateful, Arthur, to hear that you are enjoying it. He is my favorite author. Tolkien is kind of neck and neck with him. But here's some of the story cycles that he created. Like that, and that was his thing. He created worlds, like entire worlds that just of all. This wildly imaginative. The sands of Zothique are full of lost tombs and cities. Oh, incidentally, in Hyperborea, the large flesh-eating worm. So before Dune, we have our first like giant worms come from Clark Ashton Smith. In case anybody was wondering, like what's
that one with the worm that's like underground, and this guy's like going through he just finds this like gross king worm, and it's hard to describe. I won't go off on a tangent, but
okay,
weird. It's weird. Weird fiction is hard to describe. I still can't describe it, but I didn't know what it was until I read some of it, and I was like,
Once you read it and develop a taste for it, it's almost hard to. It's hard to go back to more conventional literary forms, and that's why I say space opera being a sister of weird fictions, because space opera can incorporate weird fiction into it, and often did and does, and that basically means that it infuses elements of fantasy and horror, and it can include science fiction. It can include lots of things, but those are the main sort of ingredients, and they sort of fuse together in ways that actually feel very modern, because we don't oftentimes see it in being as we're more accustomed to big budget movies.
Yeah,
we don't generally see. You can see it in some indie films, and that's kind of been where my heart's been sort of at lately, is sort of finding elements of weird fiction on film or in series. But they're not 4 quadrant. Like, they appeal to a certain demographic, and not to others. But that said, I do think we are starting to see some more mainstream, like Annihilation, which is a complete ripoff of Clark Ashton Smith's The Metamorphosis of the World. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. I mean, the filmmakers didn't rip it off. It's the author who did.
It's a good story too.
It is. It's a really good story, but it's a perfect example of weird fiction as a big budget film. And it's funny to me, like a lot of audiences, like, because I like to read reviews and stuff, and they're just like, that was too weird, or that was. But a lot of people did find that they have a taste for it. Like, yeah, I really like this, I don't know what this is, but I want more of it. So
I love when I can't describe something, so I'll say something similar to that. I don't know why I like it, but I do, and I need more.
yeah. I'm very grateful to see that there, and this is what has happened. That's why we are still talking about these things nowadays, is because more younger fans are discovering it and saying, whatever this is, it's cool. Whatever you want to call it, I don't know, but it's really cool. Is there more of it? Yeah, there's actually a lot of it, and a lot of it is a century old.
Once I do a deep dive of all these, we'll do a follow-up where we just geek out over whatever stories we want.
I love it. I love it.
In Annihilation, the scene with Tessa Thompson, she like turns into a flower, and this is less obvious than Annihilation ripping off the metamorphosis of the world, but just knowing that they were a bit aware of the genre of the filmmaker. There's a Clark Ashton Smith story, I wish I knew what it was, that ends with the characters dying, being transformed into flowers, and it's like exactly the same. It's like this. It's horrible because they're dying and their body's transforming, but like also beautiful. And I was like, that's also from Annihilation.
The entire climax of Annihilation is from a Clark Ashton Smith story that I can't. The title is escaping me at the moment, but so you mentioned one, I mentioned one as a third one. It's really the author of that book that Alex Garland adapted. I forget his name. But what he brings to the table is the characterizations. Like he's bringing the characters and their personal stories into it. But the basic events of what happens are all Smith. Hey, Chris, I don't know if you guys know this. Chris Nelson's grandfather illustrated a cover of Weird Tales for Clark Ashton Smith, for a Clark Ashton Smith story. I don't know if you guys know that, but that's when I discovered that, I kind of like lost my mind for a half second. I was like,
you did.
You're fangirling for a second.
yeah, very much so. I'm like, what? So I keep threatening to because I want to go more into like, who this man was and how he got into it. I don't know how much Chris knows of his grandfather's artistic history, but I'm very curious because you don't come across that every day. You just don't. Weird Tales is also interesting too, because we were talking earlier about like how science fiction is kind of supposed to be a bit progressive, but it really was it was weird fiction and space opera that sort of more were. But there were more women writers and illustrators working for Weird Tales than there were in the Golden Era, in which Campbell thought women can't write. Literally said women can't write science fiction.
That's insane.
Reading, I read Lee Brackett and Edmund Hamilton almost back to back this past week, and it's the difference is significant in the quality of the writing. And I only read the one piece from Edmund Hamilton. There's more swashbuckling Antares stories, which are really fun and have their own value. But she takes it a step further. Oh my goodness.
She does, and she really she becomes a phenomenal writer as she goes on. Her strength, and it's the reason she became a Hollywood screenwriter and icon for such big films, like The Big Sleep, like Hatari, like Rio Bravo, The Long Goodbye, is because she wrote such great characters. What's his name? He's escaping me now. The producer of these films basically said, she looks like a woman, but she writes like a man. It was like his, as to like why he hired her. Because here he's writing Westerns or making Western movies, and he's hiring a female writer who he thought was male because her name was Lee, and Lee could go either way.
Yeah. Just like Alex.
Yeah, actually, just like Alex. And she's writing these really strong characters, male and female. And the way she infuses them, particularly in her space opera stories, is a big, and we're going to get to her later, actually soon when we finish probably Smith, I think. But she gives space opera like a literary sheen to it that maybe it didn't have under Hamilton, which is unfair to Hamilton, but there are kind of reasons why that happened. But Brackett's great, but nobody is Clark Ashton Smith. You know, I mean, like he's writing on what I consider to be the highest level.
If somebody wants to be like, why is Clark Ashton Smith so excellent? And Joe, you'll agree. I bring this up because I mentioned this to you when you said this story was in your top 5. But if you go and you read Clark Ashton Smith's Empire of the Necromancers, it's like 10 pages, and you'll get it. And that the video from the Crypts of Memory is just a poem.
Yes. I play that. I play that constantly. That just puts
if you go watch the video, you can go in the comments and see Joe's nerd out comment talking about how much he loves it.
I'll leave a link in the description after this is already aired. If you watch it archived.
It's very healing to me. Like I find the genre very healing in many ways. And that's, I can't think of a better word for it. It's just it's spiritually, psychologically healing. To enter into let me go on a little bit here because there's a great quote. Let's see if I can find it now. He began writing at the age of 11. That's insane.
That is insane.
You know, that's just insane. H.P. Lovecraft sent him a fan letter in 1922. Like that's, people don't know that. People think Clark Ashton Smith is an adjunct. Oh, it's one of Lovecraft's friends. No. Lovecraft wrote him a fan letter, okay? and it was Smith that brought in a lot of the what they call the Lovecraft circle. Okay, here we go. Ray Bradbury says this about Smith's writing, right? He said, "It filled my mind with incredible worlds, impossibly beautiful cities, and still more fantastic creatures. Take one step across the threshold of his stories, and you plunge into color, sound, taste, smell, and texture, into language." And man, he says, like, he just nailed it. He nailed it. I love this cover, by the way, which is was used by the Ballantine paperback edition of his, I think it's Lost Worlds 1, or could have been Lost Worlds 2. That had a cool cover also. And this is a quote by this is one of his poems, which I won't read because otherwise we're going to be here for days on end. But you guys can read it. I mean,
you can if you want. I would stop at you. But,
yeah. Arthur, why don't you read it?
Yes, give us your luscious.
Is this the tell me?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me many tales, oh benign, maleficent demon, but tell me none that I have ever heard or have ever dreamt of. Nay, tell me not anything that lies within the bourne of time or the limits of space, for I am a little weary of all recorded years and charted lands. Is the next part as well?
Yeah.
Tell me many tales, but let them be of things that are past the lore of legend, of which there are no myths in our world, or any world adjoining. Tell me tales of inconceivable fear and unimaginable love, in orbs whereto our sun is a nameless star, or unto which its rays have never reached.
Ah, man, think you did a great job.
I gotta read.
That's right in the beginning of the Collected Fantasies, I think. It gives you a good introduction to what you're in store for. Hey, Brady.
I love it. I love it. I love it. He wrote in a letter to Amazing Stories, Smith wrote, "One of the most glorious prerogatives of literature is the exercise of imagination on things that lie beyond human experience. The adventuring of fantasy into the awful, sublime, and infinite cosmos outside the human aquarium.
I love.
I love it. I love it. I mean, and this is what Tolkien talks about. Tolkien, who, by the way, read Clark Ashton Smith, kept at least one volume of his collected fiction on his shelf. This is when Tolkien talks about the escape of the prisoner, right? And that's what great fantasy does. That's what great literature does. Because a lot of people, that's just escapism, as if reality is so wonderful, right? But he's saying it like Tolkien was basically saying, no, this is the escape of the prisoner. Like, and even if he can't escape, why would you condemn him for imagining life beyond, like prison cells and iron bars? And that's what Clark Ashton Smith is getting at when he talks about like beyond the human aquarium, like that stuff, or what he called the anthill, like that just irritated him. And that was daily life that we all have to cope with is our terrible human leaders, and the terrible people that follow them, and the terrible greedy corporations that rob us. I mean, like, we know all this, or at least, if we're paying attention, we do, right? The rude people that exist. If we're going to like maintain any kind of like psychological health,
Sanity.
Sanity. It's these things that help us to do so. And that's not to say that they can't also talk about the human condition, because they do. They absolutely do. But they do so in ways that maybe aren't as, I don't know, as obvious.
On the nose.
Yeah, on the nose. And again, that's not to say that you can't have stories that do that. Realistic fiction has delved into that, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't read realistic fiction either. I do. I read Jane Austen, and I read other realistic writers, beyond space opera and weird fiction. And I think if you're going to be a writer, you should go outside of your boundaries. I mean, I was kind of brought in kicking and screaming a bit to something like Jane Austen in the 90s, by a friend. But I thought, all right, there might be value in this. And there was, and there is, and I still absolutely adore, her works. But my heart and passion lie in what, you guys just read. Because I think there's such beauty there, even if it's horror. There's like such beauty in the horror.
Keep going.
Yeah. And so I was going to jump into where C.L. Moore kind of enters into the picture, because she takes what Smith was doing, right, and then adds or reintroduces the Western.
Arthur just says everything in the universe. Sorry. He's like, let me just show I'm better than everyone.
Sorry. Well, sorry to interrupt, but just to add,
please.
There's all this material you're covering, but from people talking to you on your Discord, we've extracted somewhat your favorites, and also what is potentially the most relevant, in your opinion, in terms of how it inspired Star Wars, but also how it inspired you and how it might be Easter egged or incorporated into supernatural encounters. So all that is to say, this is a lot of information, but via your Discord, talk to some of us like Marcel. We do have, from Joe, in his opinion, the greatest hits, the places to start.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yes. No, thank you I appreciate you interjecting that, because, and that's kind of one of the projects that I've got in my brain, is to, especially if they are in public domain, is to introduce new people to some of the stories I did kind of reference by having a book that actually has those stories, and either doing it in universe where you have like you can have like Mammon or even Hextrafon himself like commenting on them as if they're stories that they uncovered and texts that they've found. So I thought that might be an interesting approach. Well, we'll see if that comes to pass, or if I just do it more straightforward, you know, and just like, well, here are the stories, and with me as editor saying, all right, well, this is how, or maybe some.
Alex and I have been like, so which one of these are canon? When did they take place? And you and the editors, you're like, sorry, that's up to
decide. You. I'm not telling you.
You're gonna have to go and find them. But hey, you can read all these, and whatever you might, they're good on their own, and you might find some stuff in Supernatural Encounters. And by the way, that's important. And I say this, it's all so far, except for John Carter, has been worth reading in and of itself. I had a hard time with John Carter.
His second and third book are better. Gods of Mars is actually really quite good.
Okay,
we'll see what you think once you get to it. It would be nice to have a book club to like, you know, talk about these things because it is fun, and you forget, like if you read on your own, after like a period of when you moved on to like other things, you start to forget a little bit about what you read months earlier. So that's why like a book club is a fun thing, because by discussing it, it helps reinforce in your brain this thing that you've read. Whether you love it or didn't love it, it doesn't matter as much, because the communal experience is so much fun. So anyway.
I definitely felt that with Super Literary Encounters. I've never been able to. I said this in our finale to that series that, you know, when I got into the EU, when I finally I've been buying it for a while, but when I finally dived into it, it was like during COVID, because I got not fired, but I got let go. So I had a bunch of free time. I wasn't going to college. So I just decided to do the YouTube videos because, you know, so I could get my thoughts out somewhere into the ether. But it was just me. I was just talking to myself, you know. I'm just talking to a camera. Eventually I would talk to other people as I found groups and people to talk to about it, but still, like, the videos themselves are just me. So when we did Super Literary Encounters and we were, you know, discussing it week in and week out, it really helps enhance the entire experience. So whether it was a critique of something in your book or something positive, it was mostly positive, but you know, it was enhanced because it was with other people to kind of bounce off those ideas. And I'll get back to your presentation, but I just want to say I can clearly see the love and passion you have for, especially for Clark Ashton Smith. And I feel like, you know, I feel like when I've read Supernatural Encounters, that I can definitely feel that DNA and that love in there, not even just with connections that you may or may not have made, but in your writing. You know, I think, you know, it is in there where you could feel it, that you are channeling in that. And, you know, I don't know if you have that said to you as often. You know, I mean, I'm sure everybody says it, a lot of people say it's a good book. Yeah, no,
the whole step is Joe doing Clark Ashton Smith and doing it well.
Yeah, I have to say, like,
I had not read Clark Ashton Smith.
Thank you. That's high praise, guys. That's
I would put you up there. You know, I think you are much better than a lot of the EU writers I've read. You know, I just finished Fate of the Jedi, and it was a bit harsher in that series than I think some of my friends like Maxine would be. And I enjoyed all 900 pages of Supernatural Encounters more than the entirety of that 9-book series. You know, and I think it was just, not to say that those authors aren't good, because Aaron Alston, phenomenal writer. Troy Denning, great. So is Christy Golden.
Yep.
But I feel like as a package, Supernatural Encounters are just to another level. When it got to the part where Arthur read the quote from Clark Ashton, it was, I felt that, you know, and I reread your thing before we started. But you really feel that in sections of Supernatural Encounters throughout, where you feel that power and that weight behind the prose, and you're like, man, this feels like more than just like a something fun to read. Like, this feels important. And like you were saying earlier, I don't know exactly how to describe why I feel that way, but I do.
Yeah,
So
and it speaks very well to Joe's integrity that he has this secret sauce to some of his better pieces, better parts of the book. And what does he do? He says, these are all the authors that I love, that inspired the work. Go read them.
Yeah.
To the point where I was set to read Supernatural Encounters, and I thought I read Lovecraft out of the weird fiction preparation for it. And he's like, no, you have to read Clark Ashton Smith. Also, what are you thinking? And I'm glad I did.
I am too. I really am too. You guys, thank you. Robert, you've read. No, he wrote one that approaches it. It's called Almuric, and it's it's basically his take on John Carter of Mars. He basically kind of puts like a Conan or Cull analog into that role and has him transport from the modern world to that world, kind of like John Carter did. I love Robert E. Howard, but it's not Almuric is not it's not peak Howard. So that was the beginning and end of his venture into space opera. But guys, thank you for saying that. That is very appreciated. I actually almost stopped. I did stop writing when I reread Tolkien for the first time in the early 90s, I think, late 80s, early 90s. I reread Tolkien. I was like, well, that's it. I'll never be able to write as good as this. And he has said everything that I would want to say, I think. And so I pretty much stopped writing. I just didn't think, and
there's nothing new under the sun, but we can always put our own little spin.
That's right. There's nothing new under the sun. And that's what the realization I came to. And I think I discussed this, I think, with Sky River Chronicles. Sorry, her name is escaping me at the moment. I do that a lot. Rich says I need to write a list of like friends and contributors, and so I can just access it, when I need to.
Supposed a long list.
I think I was discussing it with her in that, like, so I came to realize that it doesn't matter. You don't have to write. You don't have to write like Tolkien. You just have to write like you. And what you have to say is still unique, because we are a storytelling people, and we are an artistic people, and it comes out in different ways, but we all have a story in us. Won't necessarily ever be published, but we all have a perspective. We all have something of value to contribute to the world, and most of us have more than one thing. We have a lot of things. And we don't give ourselves the credit because, we look at the top of the mountain and say, well, yeah, I can't do that. But it doesn't matter, because mountains aren't the only things that are valuable. Like, there are other parts of, of the world we live in, the earth that we live in, that are valuable. So just write to the best of your ability, or create whatever it is that you're creating. Do it to the best of your ability, which means practice a lot, and expose yourself to a lot. And that's what, when I came back to it, I was like, well, these are the authors I love. If I'm going to write, I want to at least kind of come close to giving out what they gave me, if that makes any sense, like I got this from this. I want to be able to, and I don't, like I said, I don't write consciously. I write sort of quasi-consciously, which doesn't make a lot of sense when you say it out loud.
I think I kind of get it.
Honestly, I don't know. It's very hard to describe the process. All I know is I come here and I sit at, at this at this keyboard, and I push aside the distractions and something happens. I don't know what that is, So
Yeah.
I am grateful that. So hearing you guys say that does fill my heart with joy, because that is what I wanted to do, and also wanted to introduce Star Wars fans, particularly EU fans, to the people that Lucas and the EU authors were drawing on, because otherwise,
which is why I brought this.
yeah, that's why we're doing the stream. Because otherwise, they get forgotten, and they shouldn't be forgotten. Because, I mean, okay, here's an example. All right, this is a nice segue back into this. So, Han Solo begins with C.L. Moore, her blaster wielding smuggler and rogue, Northwest Smith, from which we get the name Indiana Jones, and the character of Han Solo really just comes directly from her. And in fact, Lucas acknowledges it to a degree. He doesn't do it it's not in, I don't think it's in this version. There's another one where he writes an introduction, and he kind of quasi mentions it. But then even going down a little bit further, I mentioned that like you can find a progenitor for Mara Jade in Jarrell of Jaree. You've got a redheaded, strong-willed, kind of warrior, intelligent, bold. I mean, it starts right there. I mean, at least I think it starts right there. I haven't found a progenitor to Jarrell. Deja Thoris could have been, if Burroughs had bothered to develop her that way, because she has you can see it in that first Princess of Mars book. Like, she can wield a sword, but she still needs to be rescued. Like, Jarrell does not need to be rescued, but she does the rescuing. Mara Jade does the rescuing, or hunting if she's going after if she's going after a target. And also, like, C.L. Moore's prose is also really strong. You've read, right?
A tiny bit, may I?
Yeah, please.
From the exclusive. So, not just to add on C.L. Moore, because I probably interrupted you from saying it earlier, and I'm just repeating your thoughts that you have taught me, because it's also interesting to track. And when you're insane, you need to make some sense of it, and you need to understand it. You need to get your arms around it. And so, space opera and weird fiction, kind of building off each other, but kind of developing side by side. And you identified for us, and when I say we have extracted kind of the important beats to hit, you have identified C.L. Moore for us as an author who has very clearly and most obviously combined weird fiction and space opera, right? And then just so happens that her two of her huge works have proto characters that go right into Star Wars. So it's I almost in my head envision the DNA strand filtering right through C.L. Moore. But to the pulp, right? So most of this is one story. There's also a reprint of King in Yellow storyline. But
That's
here's
right.
it's got artwork that, they really need to reprint the artwork too. I'll just read like the first two paragraphs.
Okay.
He came slowly, with long, soft, ponderous strides, along the hallway of his treasure house. The gleanings of many worlds were here around him. He had ransacked space and time for the treasures that filled his palace. The robes that molded their folds richly against his great rolling limbs as he walked were in themselves as priceless as anything within these walls. Gossamer fabric pressed into raised designs that had no meaning, this far from the world upon which they had been created, but in their beauty, universal. But he was himself more beautiful than anything in all that vast collection. He knew it complacently, a warm, contented knowledge deep in the center of his brain. His motion was beautiful, smooth, power pouring along his limbs as he walked, his great bulk ponderous and graceful. The precious robes he wore flowed open over his magnificent body. He ran one sensuous palm down his side, enjoying the texture of that strange embossed delicacy in a fabric thinner than gauze. His eyes were proud and half shut, flashing many-colored under the heavy lids. The eyes were never twice quite the same color, but all the colors were beautiful. He was growing restless again. He knew the feeling well, that familiar quiver of discontent, widening and strengthening far back in his mind. It was time to set out once more on the track of something dangerous. In times past, when he had first begun to stock this treasure house, beauty alone had been enough. It was not enough any longer. Danger had to be there too. His tastes were growing capricious and perhaps a little decadent, for he had lived a very long time.
Nice. Very nice.
And he goes on to describe his the things in his treasure room, and it's so weird fictiony and Lovecraftian, in that she describes them by describing how they're indescribable.
Right.
And then we get a more obvious space opera bit later when he discovers his new treasure is actually like a being, and then they fight him off using some of the stuff from his treasure room. Her writing is amazing.
Some little excerpt that I just heard you say, yeah.
Yeah.
Notice too, she does what Smith also did, was inject a little sexuality into, you know, her characters, her descriptions. That was still kind of taboo, and there was some pushback on that at the time. You know, it was the 30s. But it's interesting because it's these are stories that are exploring the kind of full range of the human and the what's the word I'm looking for? The extra human, the ultra, the inhuman, even, like, so it's covering a kind of all its wider sort of ranges. That the genre is supposed to sort of do, but in such a beautiful, and I think that's a big difference too between modern writing and sort of older writing. And again, this is not to say that all fiction in the pulp era is this wonderful. You know, it isn't. You know, there were a lot of stories that were just, you know, not so wonderfully written, and you know, even early Lovecraft can be a bit crude in terms of its prose constructs. But when it's there, and we'll call it like a lot like times like that went out of favor because it's considered flowery, or it's considered anti-modern or not. You know, and there's always this rush to be contemporary, and so when modernism sort of took hold on genre literature, a lot of that went out the window, and so we're not accustomed to it. And so when you hear it, if you have that aesthetic sort of sensibility, sense or sensibility, you're drawn to it because you recognize the sort of value and beauty in it. I mean, I don't know how it was for Moore or for Smith. I know it's very, very hard to write. Like a lot of that is in the editing as well, is to kind of like bolster it up. At least it was for me. And it's interesting too because like a lot of, you know, like a lot of Moore's later work is more modern. Even some of Smith's very late work is more modern, where he kind of eschews that style because it had fallen out of favor. And I think that's very sad, because there was so much pushback, you know, from editors and from fans, like, oh, this stuff is old fashioned, you know, sort of was the idea. But again, you know, the 50s was kind of the beginnings of modernity. And then, of course, then you had the late 60s, which was kind of a pushback against that. So it's weird. And also too, I mean, I've failed to neglect mentioning Lord Dunsany. So if you like that style, going back to the early 1900s, Lord Dunsany was the guy who influenced Lovecraft to write like that. Smith didn't actually discover Dunsany until some years later. But Dunsany influenced a lot of writers in that era, and he kind of had that. And then he dropped it. Like his later stuff just goes full on modern. So you're seeing how the culture sort of influences the art, sometimes not necessarily for the best. By the same token, there is a time and place for modern stories written very kind of, pragmatically, I guess you could say. Or
would you say that as you go as far back as Lord Dunsany being before some of these writers, or Poe being before weird fiction, that we've kind of traced the DNA back far enough to where what you have doesn't resemble Star Wars at all? For my peace of mind. So
yes, definitely. Because Dunsany is doing like very out there kind of creative fantasy writing. And so you're not really seeing Star Wars there. I think you could potentially see it in L. Frank Baum. He had one of his books, The Lost Princess of Oz, features a village of living teddy bears that have to, including one who's a shaman, that have to like go to war. I'm forgetting some of the details now, and I've read the bloody thing at least 3-4 times. I'm forgetting the details, but there's a lot of like little parallels to Endor, and I know that the author of the comics, what's his name now, Manic. Anyway, the author of the comics did draw on L. Frank Baum for some of his Ewoks stories a bit. So yeah, I think we can't really go. I say we can't go really past the 1800s. But let's wait till we get further down, because I have a timeline that might be of interest. It's worth taking a look. It's worth taking a look at, and then we'll see. A lot of it I haven't even delved into yet. It's on the list of to read at some point. So let me scroll down out of this page. We've discussed more She Rocks. Interestingly, speaking of Oz, C.L. Moore was reared on the Oz books and Edgar Rice Burroughs. So is Ray Bradbury, by the way. So they both list Baum and Burroughs as major influences. Okay. Here we go. Now we've got like direct DNA, like not even like a generation removed. We're now in it. Lee Brackett wrote the screenplay for The Empire Strikes Back. No matter what Lucas or Kasdan say, it is her screenplay that film is based on. It's a first draft, so there were some changes that obviously Kasdan made, but the major beats are all Brackett. Okay. I like her definition of space opera as a tale of adventure, of great courage and daring, of battle against the forces of darkness and the unknown. She
like it too.
Yeah. See, even Campbell, she was so strong a writer once she kind of got going that even Campbell published her in Astounding. That's how good she was, because her stories are character-driven, socially complex, and literary. I love it. So she ends up, okay, this is really cool because a lot of these authors that you're starting to see are connected. She ends up marrying Edmund Hamilton. So you've got the Queen of Space Opera marrying one of the fathers of space opera. That is wild. Yeah, they met. So she's Henry Kuttner and Catherine Moore, who also got married. There's another like power couple, right? In the like the genre fiction. They end up marrying and they end up mentoring Lee Brackett and introducing her to Edmund Hamilton, and then they get married. Then you have like a second power couple. It's you can't make this stuff up. It's wild. I love it. So here are some of her movies, some of her books. Her stuff, you know her stuff because you've seen The Empire Strikes Back. I mean, sad. If she hadn't died when she did, she was going to write a Leia story from before. I think it would have been before A New Hope.
Man, we could have had something better than Razor's Edge.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I would have loved to read it. We don't get enough Leia stories.
This is what I picked up for.
Hold on, let me jump over. Ooh, yes, I have that sitting here too.
What
nice.
a great book!
Oh, it is.
And much like Kaldar, the Eric John Stark stories that precede the Book of Scathe, got this public domain, public Lulu print. That's awesome. Yeah, so you got all the cover art. So,
I just had to show that for show and tell.
I'm so glad I included Arthur because he's made this so much more dynamic. I would be like, yes, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's great. It's great. I've only read the Eric John Stark Outlaw of Mars.
Oh, nice. I don't have that one.
In the solar system, Joe, you told me that in Book of Scathe he leaves the solar system.
Yes.
But this, I'm glad I didn't skip over this and didn't go straight into Book of Scathe because it's great. But don't judge the book by its cover. This is some new cover that's not indicative of.
It's not POD. Yeah. Still, it's nice that her work, at least her Eric John Stark stories, are in print. You can find them. And some of her short stories, like the chapbooks that I showed you, the Kaldar ones, the same guy on eBay made a bunch of bracket ones, but unfortunately, these are they're not entirely out of print. So Hafner Press did these gorgeous hardcover collections. You can see the thickness of them. Of course, I got it the wrong way. And there's this one. One of these is still in print, and you could find it on their website. I forget which one. It's the third one. And I don't understand why there aren't paperbacks of these, as there were of the maybe because he doesn't do that. Maybe Hafner Press doesn't make paperbacks because the Clark Ashton Smith books came in hardcover and paperback, which is, and then you keep the paperback in print. That's the whole idea. This was Nightshade Books that did these. I've spoken to Stephen Hafner, who runs Hafner Press, and I've yet to get a straight answer as to why he hasn't put these in paperback so that her short stories stay in print, because only her Eric John Stark stories are the ones that are regularly available, easy to find. And even there's a little bit of confusion as to I have a cat that's got, excuse me guys, 1 second. I hate for him he wants to go upstairs and
that's okay, no problem.
I'll be right back. Yeah. You've met him before.
Yeah.
Since he's making such a big fuss. This is sister.
Did you say that Strider? Hi, Strider.
Hi, Arthur.
That's awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, even this, Alex, he was saying, so I was going to jump right into the Book of Scathe. Just three books, the Scathe trilogy. But then there's 2 books in this. Okay, he's already back. But then these were published elsewhere, and then even that there's other Eric John Stark stories that I believe aren't full length books that were published before that. So luckily,
this is in print also. This I think contains the last Eric John Stark story, and he the Star Kings was Edmund Hamilton, right? And that was like a popular like 3-book series that he had written. So they did a crossover, which is neat. Although it meant Eric John Stark had to like time travel or some nonsense. I've never been a big fan of that conceit, but it's still, they're cool stories. And this includes all of the Star Kings stories, and I think besides the new Stark story, the crossover one, it's got Queen of the Martian Catacombs, Enchantress of Venus, and Black Amazon of Mars. So it's got 3 of the Eric John Stark stories as well, in case those are missing in any of the ones that you have. And then Stark and the Star Kings, that I think that only appears here. I think that's exclusive to this. So, if you should be able to find it relatively affordable at Hafner Press. But I would like Stephen to reprint the rest of Brackett's work. I don't know. We'll see. I always have these like pie in the sky ideas that like, well, if he doesn't, then somebody should. Maybe don't let me have to do it, because
you're like, I'm doing the Star Wars website. I'm dealing with the Oz stuff. Don't put more on me.
I know, guys. Someone else do this. I want it out there because I think she's got some really like cracking good yarns that are worth being available. Like this stuff should be in like Barnes and Noble. Like, if you're gonna have like Lovecraft there, like all these other authors we're talking about should be there as well.
And it's just good for historical prosperity to just have these things. It's a problem with like a lot of things now. Like, not to get too off topic, but for like, more people who are like maybe into video games, you see it like games are becoming more like live service, or becoming more like there's a bunch of websites where you can buy games, you play games on PC, or even Ubisoft, which is a developer company. If you buy a game on any platform from them that's not physical, you don't actually own it. At any point, They can just delete the game from your account, even though you spent like $60 on it. So there's, and the same thing with movies too, or in TV shows, or things become streaming. It's like, how are we going to have any, like 200 years from now, how are we going to make sure all this stuff stays around? So
I discussed this with Brennan when he had me on, but that this is the importance of physical media. And I get it. Not everybody has the room. Like if you live in an apartment, it's very hard to have any kind of collection. It just is. So you kind of have to be a little more strategic about it, because nobody wants to have a collection and then keep it in storage. I mean, what's the fun in that? Yeah. But and so I'm all for digital media in that respect, but there is the danger that if you've purchased digital content, it really is only a long-term rental, because it can disappear. Companies merge, companies go out of business, companies just decide on a whim, we're going to delete this. We don't care if it's in the fine print that we can do so. You're like, what are you going to do about it? Like ultimately, if and they know
most of us don't read the terms of agreement, because every game has it in the beginning, and you got to accept this. And then you just ignore it because you have to play the game.
But unless I have a fire or a flood, and those are legitimate things that happen. Mm-hmm. I mean, these I'm not going to lose. My physical copies of things. Yeah. These are old chapbooks, by the way, that were gifted to me. Clark Ashton Smith stories from like, I don't know, 60s, 70s.
Cool.
It's crazy. Yeah, so I agree with you 100%. But by the same token, because most of us are, our budgets are limited, you kind of also have to sort of focus on what you love, which is a lesson I had to learn. Which it's not enough if I just like something, because I like a lot of things, like in the movie and TV space, in the music space, and in the literary space. There's a lot I like, but how much do I quote unquote like need, in the sense of like I love it so much that I need it, in that sense, not like in like my parents' like generations, like you don't need that. According to you, we only need like food and a roof over our heads. And and I get it. Like like they're coming from a generation of of privation, so I get their that level of thinking, but we're thankfully still in an era in which we can enjoy art and entertainment, to some degree. So I'm focused on like, what do I really love? And it took me a long time to realize it, what it was, there was and I think that's just part of like growing up. Like you're learning about yourself.
I still don't know who I am. I'm 23. I'm still figuring it out.
Yeah, I was well into my 30s. Like I've often said this. I've said this to certainly to Marcel and to Arthur and to Brennan, which is I think you guys are way ahead of where I was when I was your age. I mean, in terms of like maturity, in terms of a lot of things. So, yeah, I was a late bloomer. Yeah, I'm getting there. So, let me see where we are in this. Okay, there's a lot of stuff. Check this out, what Lucas has to say about Eric John Stark, which was Brackett's most famous character. He called her a two-fisted anti-hero with shades of the savagery and brutality of Robert E. Howard's Conan. That's those are pretty strong.
I was reading the Eric John Stark, and I was like, I see the Conan DNA in here. Do I need to read that now?
That causes a rabbit hole for Arthur. Oh, I gotta read this. I gotta read this. It just never actually.
I mean,
stops.
No, but for the sake, like Robert E. Howard's Cull, Conan, and Solomon Kane, those three, and I particularly have a fondness for Cull and Solomon Kane. Like they're just great stories. There's not a ton of them, so I mean there is EU for them, but Robert E. Howard should just if you fell in love with it, that's great. And I have the EU of a lot of it sitting in the corner there. But Robert E. Howard has a very unique voice that should be read to a degree. But it's definitely its own thing. It kind of takes place in an ancient world. So I would recommend it for a future once you're done. Yeah, future.
Alex is making me want to read the Halo EU, honestly.
It's not going to be nearly as great as anything you're reading, I'll tell you that now. But it's fun if you like the. But it's serviceable. I mean, if you like the EU, you get some returning authors. You get Troy Denning, a lot. You get one trilogy by Karen Travis, but much like apparently any shared franchise that she does, unless she's the explicit writer, there's controversy with her. But I mean, it is what it is.
Where isn't there? Yeah.
Except for in Gears of War, because she wrote like all the books for the original trilogy of games that were tie-in fiction for it. So she had like the definitive say on it. No one could really like, and she helped write the story for the third video game. So
okay, I didn't know that.
Okay. So I'm not going to read all this because we've talked about Hamilton a little bit. But there's two interesting things to takeaways from this. We already discussed him being one of the fathers of space opera, but In this last point, after he marries Brackett, so this story, What's It Like Out There, was written in 1935, but nobody would touch it. Nobody would publish it. It wasn't published until 1952. Okay, in Thrilling Wonder Stories. It portrayed humans as colonialist invaders wantonly slaughtering the native races of the solar system in a blind pursuit of resources, wealth, and power. Why was this real science fiction story not published earlier? Because publishers didn't like the themes and they didn't think it would go over well with readers. So Hamilton gets knocked a lot for being hacky, generic, space westerns, but he was writing, that's what we call like social commentary or social criticism in his stories as early as 35, but he couldn't get it published. So
do you think James Cameron was influenced when he made Avatar?
I like James Cameron as a filmmaker. I don't appreciate his revisionist history. That documentary, and I use that term lightly, called The History of Science Fiction, is garbage. This is garbage. He doesn't touch on 1/10 of what we talked about here today, and I'm just scratching the surface, right? Like he tries to basically rewrite. It's called The History of Science Fiction. He should have at least called it The History of Sci-Fi Films or something a little bit more honest. And he does touch on a few stories, but he conspicuously leaves out a lot, which I think is a bit unfair. Because that's the perfect opportunity it's like, I feel like saying, like, James, you're already famous. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you already have the biggest films in the world. It's okay to like give some credit where it's due to sort of those who came before you, whose shoulders you stand on.
Yeah.
That kind of annoys me a bit. But anyway, leaving James behind, getting back to Edmund Hamilton, one of the reasons that he was also disparaged was he started doing the Captain Future series, which was geared for younger readers. Like, you could probably call it YA now. I suppose it doesn't read like YA. It reads like, juvenile space opera. But it's super fun, and a lot of writers ended up contributing to it. But it's worthy of note because you get the first. Hold on, let me switch. I have the page. Let me switch so I can see what I'm doing here. Otho and Greg are two droids who bicker constantly, and they're hilarious. And they are the progenitors of R2D2 and C3PO. I mean, it all kind of begins here in, this was like 19, I forgot what years this came out in. I don't know why it's not telling me, but it's like the 1940s, I think, is when Captain Future started. And I just think that that's, worthy of note. That, and you see that in Lost in Space with Dr. Smith, although Dr. Smith's not a robot, but his relationship with Robot is also very much a precedent for R2 and 3PO. I mean, and even some of the insults are the same. So if you've seen the original Lost in Space, and I recommend that you do because it's great, and it's fun. It's just it's wonderful comfort food. The first season is a bit more serious. It's considerably more serious than the second season, which became very campy, and then the third season kind of has a little bit of both. So I do highly recommend the original Lost in Space because it is great stuff. But so does this have the years? Oh, in any case, I think it's like I'm pretty sure it's the 1940s. But yeah, first bickering droids, Edmund Hamilton. So worthy of note. Let us move on to, so we saw this initially. Hamilton also wrote early issues of Superman and Batman, by the way.
That's gonna make Al so happy.
Yeah. a lot of the pulp writers, Mort Weisinger kind of brought in a lot of kind of like the pulp writers to do comic books, and to kind of develop. Oh, speaking of Lost in Space, but yeah, Star Trek and Space 1999 are also, part of the canon, really, of like the earliest space opera shows.
I went and watched a couple episodes of Space 99 when I saw some of you guys geeking out about this era of shows. It's fun. That intro,
it's great. Intro is great. I love it. Both seasons have different intros, and I do like them both. They're different. They have different music and different like visuals, but they're super cool. Okay, so warning for anyone who wants to get into Space 1999. And this is the same warning I would give to anyone who would want to get into Babylon 5. The first, what we call the pilot episode, is kind of atrocious. It's not even just atrocious. It's just really, really dull. To the point where I saw the pilots to both of them and said, I'm not watching. I'm not watching. This is awful. But
Mr. Garibaldi, it can't be that bad.
Both of those shows are incredible, and they go on to be really amazing. Babylon 5.
I love Babylon 5. It's one of my favorite shows ever.
That finale just had me in tears. It was so good. So freaking good. And I'm very happy it's possibly coming back. I mean, the new
movie, I haven't seen it
film
yet. Yeah.
is supposed to be a bridge to explain how there's a second, like an alternate universe where different events of Babylon 5 are taking place, which, by the way, is what Star Wars should have done. They should have introduced, the new canon as an alternate universe, preserving the old canon, for those
so just calling it all silly stories, legends.
Yeah. So no spoilers. But maybe Supernatural. I've heard rumors that Supernatural Encounters does some kind of something.
You've heard rumors?
I've heard rumors about this. Yeah.
Not like you wrote it or nothing.
I think it works well. I think it works well from what I've read so far.
It does.
I'll do that back.
Okay.
Don't mind me.
No. So
also, sorry for interrupting you. I just wanted to do my little Londo speech.
Brother, you interrupt me anytime, because I have a bad habit of just going on and on to the point where I don't know where I started or where I was leading.
It's great, though. It's great. This is absolutely what I wanted. I just wanted to be able to geek out about one of your favorite things, because it's very important. And it makes me want to get invested in it, and I will when I have the time and money to do so.
Well, that's right, because that's kind of how I felt, too. I was where you are now. Where I was like, I want more great stories. I love this EU thing, but I want more.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of like how I ended up down the rabbit hole. But I had already been reading Lovecraft and Smith since I was like very young. Yeah. Our high school library had collections, which was cool because a lot don't. Like, good luck finding anything interesting in a high school library nowadays, sadly. But our high school library was not afraid to carry Lovecraft or Clark Ashton Smith, or even Robert E. Howard was in there. And that's when I was first introduced to that world. And so, so it was really it was like, oh, okay. Well, also writing for Weird Tales was Edmund Hamilton and Seabury Quinn and Manly Wade Wellman. And there are some of these other C.L. Moore and Henry Kuttner, these incredible authors, in a period of, I call it the Wild West, because in the pre-Tolkien, when I say pre-Tolkien, I don't even mean like pre-1950s, but it was almost like pre-1980s. because once Tolkien fandom had kind of hit in the late 60s and ran through, but really hasn't stopped running, but it kind of ran through into like the early 80s where it was like Tolkien was king, and rightly so, right? All of a sudden publishers was like, bing, a light bulb went on. And it's like, oh, people are buying and reading this. We want more of it. And so you started to get, you started to get these like sprawling series that were Tolkien-esque. And that's cool. Like all well and good. Some were good, some were not so good. Every individual reader can decide for themselves. But you also had Lynn Carter was kind of given permission to do his. This is not part of it, I don't believe. Yeah, it was. I think his Ballantine series, where he was reprinting these older stories from the pulps in paperbacks, which was super cool because it introduced a whole new generation to the classics, I guess you could say. The core, the corpus of genre fiction, and that's this came in tandem with Lost in Space was a little bit earlier. That was late 60s, and then Space 1999 was 70s. So that was sort of more in tandem with that. So this is how these things sort of continue. I don't know where I was going with that, but I'm excited to be talking about it and to be, because I was where you are now.
Yeah.
Okay, so remember we talked about the timeline? All right. So here it is. So Star Wars comes along, right? It led to a literary renaissance of the genre, which had not gone away. It was still doing well. Lee Brackett was still selling really well. And then its own EU. And then you get Battlestar Galactica. Like Star Wars opens up this whole world, right? You get the Black Hole and Battle Beyond the Stars, which is Roger Corman, and Flash Gordon, the movie, and The Last Starfighter, and Quark, and Red Dwarf. And of course, once the idea of, stories set on other worlds, people like this, the mainstream will support this. Then you get, Alien and, Firefly, Farscape, Babylon 5, Guardians of the Galaxy, Rebel Moon. There's another one coming out with Kate Blanchett. Name escapes me. So you find out there's a taste for it in the mainstream because these films cost a lot of money to make. So it can't just be diehard fans of the genre. It kind of has to be, you have to get a larger audience to kind of come in to support the budgets that these films, So my segue to this, which is not very good, is now that we've reached the present, let's look to the distant past. And so here is the partial, because I don't know what else is out there, partial timeline of proto science fiction and space opera. Okay. And the ones in orange are space opera, and the ones in gray are what could be considered science fiction. And can you see how far back this goes? Like, we're starting it with 1901, and we're going all the way back, 1600s to 160. Now, with Lucien's True History, which was anything but a true history. Now, I want to show you guys. Let me just cut back to while you're looking at that. So this is it here, the selected satires of Lucien. Okay, and in the story, a true story. Oh, that's a different one. He's got a couple true stories that are not true stories. This is, but he comes right on out and says it. Where is it now? Is this it here? Bear with me. I should have done, Arthur. You're very good at marking with post-it notes the spots that you want to reference and reference quickly. I thought about doing that and then realized I don't have post-it notes, which is crazy. It has to be this. Zeus the opera star, Alexander the quack prophet. Pretty much everything he wrote was a satire, Lucien. And he says right at the outro of the story, which is and there's a reason I'm kind of harping on this, which I will hopefully remember to get to, which is this. Okay, I think I'm at the beginning here. No, I just jumped onto a story called My Dream. Here we go. All right. Well then, I'm writing about things I neither saw nor heard of from another soul, things which don't exist and couldn't possibly exist. So all readers beware, don't believe any of it. So, and then he goes on to tell this story about this group of people that go into outer space and visit different planets, and some of the planets are warring with each other, and some just have weird stuff going on them. And he's satirizing it. And this is the reason that I mentioned I wanted to read him saying it. You don't have a satire of something unless there's something to satirize. Like you can't parody something that doesn't already exist. In other words, there must have been, before the year 160 of the Common Era, other stories dealing with travel to other worlds. Because otherwise, then what's he satirizing? What's he parodying if not? All his other stories are of things, whether it's like the Grecian pantheon or philosophers. I mean, all his other parodies are of things that exist. So there must have been preceding stories dealing with adventures in outer space. So
maddening, but exciting.
It is. They don't exist anymore. I mean, at least as far as we know, unless they're in private collections, which a lot of things.
I don't know what this means, but your cousin Yanis is Lucien is parodying the travel log genre, not sci-fi.
But he does both. He does parody, and others parody the travelogue genre as well, and keep it like grounded to, because there was still plenty of the Earth that hadn't been discovered at that point. So, and look, maybe that's a possibility, but it seems to me, since this is so focused on outer space, that he's parodying other stories that were, written about, adventures in outer space. We won't know until something else comes forth. Like I said, either from a private collection or, we have like a Dead Sea Scrolls moment where we discover ancient literature that's been lost, of which there's been a lot. But either way, I think it's fascinating to go back to see like the genre. You mentioned earlier about weird fiction, and which of course has its roots in horror, and that goes back. So all of these things, Alex, you said there's nothing new under the sun.
Yeah.
Right? So, here's kind of proof of that. Like this is a lot. Like,
yeah, it is.
About an alien who visits Earth, about a man who wakes up in 2440, about a scientist who plays God. That's Frankenstein. An adventure on the moon with a utopian society, 1638. Adventures across the Earth and beyond. Adventures of a giant steam-powered robot and his inventor, 1868.
That's so steampunk before steampunk.
Yeah. A conversation with an alien about life in the stars. Look, long before H.G. Wells doesn't come along until 1895. And you already have like a lot, that was sort of like So this is why I say like Wikipedia. I said Wikipedia. Wikipedias and entertainment journalists, like oftentimes they'll like make these dogmatic proclamations about the history of the genre, but they don't know. They're just going on conventional wisdom, and they haven't really studied it enough to say there's a lot we don't know. But this stuff goes back. And that's cool. I think it's
really cool.
Yeah. So okay. So there's our timeline. All right. Which I took to 1901. The British go to war against galactic empires. That was in 1900. I love it. So that's why there's no consensus amongst science fiction historians or fans as to what constitutes the corpus of science fiction, with even Campbell contradicting himself as to whether it was a brand new genre of literature or a long and storied one, and if so, what authors and stories belong in the canon. Whatever the case, more than half of these constitute what would later be considered space opera. Okay. What we do see is two separate traditions that sometimes cross over emerging. Okay. I just wanted to put this art because I think it's so super cool. Because I love
amazing.
Yeah, old sci-fi art was just gorgeous. I would love things up. So good. So, and here's our conclusion. We actually made it to the end, which is super cool. I didn't expect to. I didn't lose my voice this time.
That is good. Yeah.
Like its sister, weird fiction, space opera has fiercely maintained its freedom to be as wildly creative and strange as it wants, never feeling bound by the didactic elements of science fiction that had been defined by Gernsback, Campbell, and their proponents. And that's because space opera, or planetary romance, is inherently part of the romantic literary tradition that is ideologically in opposition to the Enlightenment worldview, which is what hard science fiction is. That's why the early hard sci-fi guys hated it. They saw space opera as undermining a genre that best represented their worldview. But it never needed to be a contest of wills. If space opera isn't the bastard child of science fiction, and is at least as old as science fiction, if not older, then it's not and has never been a subgenre of science fiction, but is instead its own genre. Related to science fiction, certainly, but with no need to conform to the rules of science fiction. Now, the other option, which is what Gary Westphal kind of suggests in his book, is to soften the criteria established by the two most significant influencers of science fiction, which is what modern entertainment critics, publishers, and producers have done, right? So basically call all of it science fiction. But that dilution introduces a host of other problems, which Westphal goes into in his book, which is basically this. If you remove the science criteria from science fiction, then you have fantasy and space opera, right? Then you don't have like what these guys kind of dedicated and named as its own genre. So rather than perpetuate the drama of what Westphal calls a shaky coalition of warring factions, the simplest solution is to accept that space opera is its own genre with its own traditions and criteria, and that frees science fiction to become the more unified organism that its advocates have always wanted it to be. So that was my presentation, and that was the conclusion I drew, that I told to Barbara Hambly and to Matt Stover, to which they agree. It's in Matt's book, the one I showed you guys before, that it is two separate genres. Just let it be, and there's no need for us to then fight anymore. Unless you want the drama. If you want pointless drama, then have at it. But I don't. I don't see a need for it.
Thank you so much. This abridged lecture, I think it became longer than the actual one, but I think it worked out for the best. So
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, I skimmed past a lot of it, but it's here for you guys to read. So
yeah,
have fun with that. Let me get rid of the screen since we don't need it.
Well, it's absolutely fantastic, and it's great to. I mean, I've read it, but hearing you go more in detail about stuff and talk about it more in depth, and it's just so great that there's been this history throughout history, or throughout the 1800s and onwards of, or even sometimes earlier. We just saw the timeline, but Star Wars and a lot of things that we like that are kind of similar to Star Wars wouldn't exist without all this. So we need to give credit where credit's due, and I'm glad that we've been able to do that today.
Thank you. I am too. I'm happy I got through it.
Your voice did not break.
No, it didn't. I'll have to consider maybe for Legends Con 3 doing a branded presentation of it. I don't think I can get time for 2, although Kyle may try to convince me otherwise. But no, it was a blast. You guys were great. I mean, and I'm just excited that you've gotten into it even to some degree, because like you're reading Dune, which is that's going back to
when I finish Crucible, I will start God Emperor, which is Marcel's favorite. And he says if it's not my favorite too, then I'm no longer his friend. He's exaggerating, but he's very much stressing how much he loves this book. So
okay. And now what year was that?
That's a good question. I didn't actually look at it.
But I think we're in the 50s, right? Like we're in,
so. Well, the first one came out in the 60s.
Oh, all right. We're in the 60s. So yeah, that's right.
I don't know when the fourth one came out though.
Herbert's part of. I don't know if he's considered part of the new wave. I don't know if he's. I guess he would be, right? I mean, I think of Philip K. Dick as sort of being like kind of the poster child for the new wave of science fiction.
But that also in itself, Dune has its hands in Star Wars. I mean, Jabba's literally the God Emperor, Worm Man. You got Tatooine, and then you have Arrakis, Spice, Mirage.
That's true.
And the voice for the Bene Gesserit sisters, Jedi. So you get similarities there.
Well, the Jedi probably come from the Jadak, which is going back to Burroughs again. And Mars is a little bit of a desert world.
That's true.
Yeah. The book, that first book and the movie end very differently. In the book, there's an atmosphere plant that Carter basically has to preserve, otherwise everybody will die on the surface. There's like a bunch of atmosphere plants as it's discovered later on, but the movie just kind of leaves that out entirely. But I mean, Herbert was certainly drawing on these things, and this is that, right? This is the pattern that we see of writers drawing on writers, stories drawing on, and we were discussing it earlier. We see it with movies and TV now. It's they harken back to things. I don't know. I just think it's great. It's our, as fans, it's our heritage. We've inherited this. And how much we choose to delve into it is up to us ultimately, but this is what's brought us the things we love, right? So it's cool to pay tribute to it, that's all, and to keep it alive. I talk a lot about lost stories in the context of the EU, and we're all Escape from Dagu,
where is it? We know Christopher Nelson has it. Release it.
I don't know if I told you guys. I know I told Brennan, but I wrote to Lucy Wilson to ask, do you have any of these like old unpublished stories? And she's like, you give me too much credit. She goes, it would be Bantam that would have, if they kept it, it would be Bantam that has it. So the next project is to reach out to, who would that be? That would be one of the early Bantam editors is no longer with us, and I forgot the name of the other. And then well, actually, so if you go really far back, so Del Rey had the license.
They did first.
Did. And that's, by the way, that's one of the editors who's passed. It's from Del Rey. The other one is no longer with Del Rey. So I did a little bit of due diligence to see if I could track these guys down, because there are stories from that period that never got out, that if the families don't have them, are gone. So I'm working on a few things with that. But so this obsession and love that we have for getting these stories before they're gone forever extends back to pre-Star Wars stories as well, because they're kind of vanishing. So you've got one, maybe two small press publishers that are keeping these things. I'll be generous and say there's three, but they're all small press publishers. So there's Nightshade, Hafner, and Hippocampus. None of the mainstream publishers are doing anything with this material. That's crazy to me, right?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I know, because I run a small press publishing company, it tends to be like a few people at best who's doing all this. And if anything happens, it's very easy to just not be able to continue doing it. And then they're making these books in small print runs. So, I mean, I guess public domain, and then we'll get these stories digitized and we'll find them on the Internet Archive, which I think has a lot, certainly not all, but they have a lot of works in public domain have been digitized. So that's something. I mean, they hopefully won't disappear forever, because that's always the fear, right? That you know, I'll give you an example. There's I didn't bring it with me. It's over there on the shelf. But there's a Lee Brackett story that was published in a fanzine that was not collected. So, like in the 3-book series of these, Hafner didn't collect it. I shared it with you guys, by the way, digitally. On Discord, I sent it to you guys. But that was like nowhere to be found. And I've heard rumor that in one of the libraries there may even be more, which drives me nuts, because it makes me want to like get in the car and drive to the library and say, "Can I look at the films and stuff, your archive?" So something like that could easily go out of print and just vanish entirely. And thankfully, somebody, it wasn't on the Internet Archive, but somebody privately had scanned the pages, and it was really hard to find, but I found it online. I sent it to the guy who makes those chapbooks that I showed you, these, and I said, can you make a proper chapbook? And he did. So now at least that story is out there and has a lot less likely a chance of being lost. And it's a good story. Like, these guys all wrote for fanzines. Lovecraft and Smith and Brackett and others. If they couldn't get their stories in any of the major pulp magazines that were out there, there were fanzines, and they weren't above, all right, well, I'll sell it to you for super cheap, but at least I'm getting that story. Somebody's buying the story, you know. Clark Ashton Smith gave away a few stories to fanzines, you know. A lot of Lovecraft stuff wasn't published in his lifetime. He had August Derleth and Donald Wandry, forgetting the third guy. But you got, yeah, that's an interesting story too, but a story for another time. But like those guys preserved Lovecraft. Like they were like, holy crap, like we know this stuff is great. The world has no clue, you know, and Arkham House was founded as a way of keeping these things alive. So that's why I say it's like, this is our legacy, you know, it's, you know, this task has fallen to us, you know. I don't mean like the three of us you know, in this room. I mean like our generation, or I should say your generation, because I'm a bit older than you guys. To sort of carry on, and you know, so we'll see, you know. But the future is bright, and a lot more things are coming into public domain, which allows us to do, even if it's like Lulu fan versions, who cares, you know, as long as it's out there and people can read it. You know, preferably physically, because a lot of people don't like to read on a computer screen. I mean, I do it for research purposes because it's a lot easier to just bring something up on the screen. But for pleasure, I like to physically hold the thing.
I like to feel the progression. Sometimes, especially if I'm not particularly enjoying the story, on a Kindle, you know, and it's like, yeah, it's telling you the progression, like you're 30% done. But like when you're not particularly enjoying what you're reading and you just got to swipe, and then it just feels like you're not actually getting closer to finishing it. But like, I love just being able to flip through and be like, okay, I got this much left. It just feels good.
Yeah, there is something about the tactile sensation. Arthur, I know you read physical books also.
Yeah.
Do you mix
exclusively?
Do you also do digital? Do you do Kindle or any of that stuff?
I don't.
I do it because it's cheaper, but I would like to eventually have all physical stuff, of whether that be the stuff we're talking about today, whether that be, I have a couple physical Halo books. I have a bunch of Star Trek books that are all digital because I just don't have the space for it right now. All my EU books that are physical either came from me buying it from Christopher Nelson, or
nice.
There was one Christmas where Brennan just went, I'm going to send you a bunch of stuff. And so he just sent me a whole collection of books that were like, he had copies of them.
Nice.
And he just sent them to me for free. It was really sweet of him and his family.
That's very sweet. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Chris has told me he's got duplicates and triplicates and didn't even realize, which is hilarious. I failed to, I mentioned this on when I was on with Matt, but you guys remember?
I think I mentioned this in the beginning. I don't remember what their names
George
were.
R. R. Martin Wookiee.
Yeah. The JG, they were called. And I mean, this is literally, if you look at Ralph McQuarrie's art, I mean, he literally takes this image and runs with it. And 7 Times Never Kill Man by George R. R. Martin. And this
That's crazy.
Is absolutely 75.
He wrote that, then wrote Game of Thrones. It's crazy.
It is. It's hard to imagine that he goes back that far, you know. And of course, I've mentioned also the Fuzzies.
The Fuzzies. How long is that series?
It's just 3 books. The third book was lost for actually a while, and that's one of those that I wish had remained lost. It's terrible. The third book is awful. This is the third one. Great cover.
What happens in the Fuzzies 3 that is bad?
Nothing of interest. It's not great. It's but the first 2 are great. These 2 are excellent. And then there have been like continuations with other authors that have kind of run, of course, because, and that's the other thing I didn't mention too about, I left out a kind of a significant thing about the Barsoom influence was that, so when Lee Brackett started writing her Mars stories and Otis Aldebert Klein started writing his and his Venus stories, and the list goes kind of on and on and on and on, they're all unofficially setting it on Burroughs' Mars. But to avoid copyright, infringement, they're setting it in a different time period or a different, country or continent. But it's essentially all there. Like once you recognize it, you can see it. And I think that's interesting that you have all of these authors. There's at least a dozen. Oh, in fact, one of them was it Klein? Yeah, Otis Aldebert Klein actually references John Carter as a character in his story, as like a historical person, which is. And then I think Burroughs returned the favor when he started doing his Venus stories came after Klein's. So I think he kind of repays the favor. So there's this unofficial shared universe a bit.
That's so cool.
I love
the idea of that.
Have you ever heard, and maybe this is wrong, I think I read it on Wikipedia, that Alan Moore in The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen made John Carter and Lovecraft's Randolph Carter related?
Yep. I am on board.
Of course you're aware of that.
Yeah. I have it, Arthur, but I haven't read it yet. I know of that, but I just haven't gotten the time to read it yet. So the stack is high and the time is short. But I am excited to read it. I do love Alan Moore up to a certain point, and then I don't, because he got a little. But he is a genius, and there's no taking that away from him. I will not cancel his early works just because of stupid stuff he did later in life. That's just not. That's silly. If we were going to do that,
artist.
Yeah. When that's the thing. Like when adults talk, like we are, and adults think, like adults come to conclusions that have nuance. But like the entertainment media space is not run by adults. It's run by grifters, and its loudest voice are from children and fools and trolls. So, but that's why I like talking to you guys, because it's this, we get to have adult conversations, which is nice, and everybody in our own media space, I guess you can call it, or EU movement. I don't know what it is. Wherever we are.
EU something.
Yeah.
I remember. Well, you said that much during your presentation at First Legends Con.
Did I
took the time to state things that are problematic with some of the older authors, even by the standards in those days. But then you said, maybe in response to a question, you said, to disregard the work of these authors just because of who they might have been personally. You kind of bemoaned that, and which I appreciated, because it's not flashy or easy to have a nuanced middle ground opinion like that. It's easier to just come down hard on one side or the other, but
it certainly
most things are in the middle. There's some things that are one way or the other, but I'm talking as a 23-year-old, what do I know? But as I go through life, most things are somewhere in the middle, where there's no this is that. There's nuance and complexity to
there
it.
Is. Wagner is a Nazi. So do we not listen to the Ring Cycle? I mean, like, if you start to do that, if you start to eliminate like written or illustrated works or music by the flaws of their creators, then you'll eliminate almost everything, just everything, because we are all flawed. There are none of us perfect. We all say and do stupid things that, yes, there are degrees. Of course, there are degrees. And one does have to take into account the era that one lives, absolutely. But does it make me uncomfortable when I read a Lovecraft story and I see a certain word in it?
Right. The first time I saw that, I was so tripped up, and then I realized it was the cat. I'm like, okay. I was confused as to why this person is moving like that, but okay, makes sense now.
You know, there are two ways. Like there are two ways forward with that. Like you know, you have an introduction to the story that prefaces that. Like thankfully, most of Lovecraft's more egregious offenses are in his letters than in his stories.
Yeah.
So
there's only a couple times it pops up in the stories, and it's just a name for an animal.
Yeah. I've read his letters, so I see. But to his credit, Lovecraft grows. Like he does mature
and
over time, which is more
with him
for some, you know, in the media YouTube space who don't grow, they just get worse.
You know? Well, what I've noticed with Lovecraft is he is xenophobic, but he's not. Maybe it's the same, but racism I always attribute with a more malevolent, purposeful intent. He is scared of anything he doesn't know. That is the case, and when he starts to learn things a little bit more, it seems like he softens a bit. But it's not that he hates these things; he simply doesn't get it. He just doesn't understand anything. He doesn't even like his own race because he stayed inside all the time.
What does Yoda say? You know, fear. You know, fear is the path that, you know. So unfortunately, it does lead to bad things. But Lovecraft was also in poverty. Lovecraft didn't have any power. And the reason I've always found it so bizarre that people will trash Lovecraft, but then have nothing to say about Campbell is bizarre to me. It's like Campbell had the power. He was the gatekeeper for the most prestigious magazine in the 1940s for science fiction, for genre fiction, right? Until some other ones came along, until at the end of the decade, and then that started to win. And also a lot of his authors they had enough. They had had enough of him at that point, and they started to kind of distance themselves from him. And some of them are problematic. I mean, Isaac Asimov is supremely problematic. Arthur C. Clarke, who's not part of that group but was writing in that period, is very problematic, as we're finding out. So it is, it is what it is. Again, I don't find their stories. I don't find the stories of their ilk to be particularly interesting. I find them very dry, and kind of a bit dull. And they do spend long amounts of time on the techno-babble aspects, which harm the story. I mean, because I'm not reading this to get a lesson in some, fake scientific workings of the device or the ship or whatever. I don't care. Get to the story. I'm here for that. That's what I'm here for.
Not to hate on Stackpole and Alston, but it's not the same thing because it's not technology. This is actually this just depends on your taste. But those books focus a lot on the technical maneuvers of the spaceship, because it's a lot like the World War II fighters and everything. And that's great. No, I really don't like action that much. I unless and this is again subjective. If an author is able to, Drew Karpyshyn was one where when I was reading Darth Bane, I could actually the way he wrote it, I could actually visualize the action.
Yes.
But for a lot of
Final Battle and Rule of Two.
Yes. Ooh. But for a lot of authors in the EU, Troy Denning is another one. I just can't I struggle. It just comes off as words on a page to me. So I read it to make sure I'm not seeing a death or a serious injury, so I know what's going on. But I kind of skim past it because I just can't get into it. And so when Stackpole or Alston are writing that stuff, I'm I'm going through it to make sure I'm not missing anything important, but it's not coming to my head as a visual. I just I want your character stuff because that's what I'm here for.
The maneuvers and all that look wonderful on the screen.
Yeah.
To read them, I find very, very hard. And I learned to do what you learned to do, like I said, at a much younger age, which is just to skim it.
To me, Stackpole stood out as pretty dry on the page. Not Alston's. Those were I liked those more. Those were less of a shorter read.
I think they both did great when it came to the character stuff. I just can never get into the spaceship and even ground combat. It just is not for me.
That's Can I say it real quick?
Yeah.
I wanted just to bring it back before I forget to point this out. A simplification of everything Joe said, a guide going forward right, is he put it right in Supernatural Encounters for us.
Ha.
Right?
Right.
A lot more to it. Go to his website. But one of the first pages is Joe crediting his inspirations and Star Wars inspirations. And he lists the authors right here: Lee Brackett, Clark Ashton Smith, Edgar Rice Burroughs, Edmund Hamilton, C.L. Moore, and George Lucas. And I saw this. This is the secret. This is the secret map. It stood out as very significant to me. I was like, oh, here's the secret reading list. To the point where, in fact, Joe, I almost questioned the intent with which he put this in here.
That Joe guy, I'm telling you, he's a lunatic.
I wanted to ask, was there a reason you ordered them this way for any of them? Lee Brackett first, Clark Ashton Smith second, and no Lovecraft. I was just curious.
Yeah, I can't. I went over that thing 100 times, like everything else. But I went over that 100 times too, up until the very last minute. I did have them in different orders. Like that was like, do I do it chronologically? Do I do it by order of importance too? So like, as much as I like Lovecraft was my first entry point into the weird fiction world. Yeah, like I said, Lost in Space was my first entry point into space opera. So I had it coming from sort of both ends. He didn't write space opera, so okay. I wanted to be very kind of more focused on the space opera sort of angle. And there are so many Brackett and Hamilton things in Star Wars, even things that we haven't even like touched upon, but you saw the video. So a bit more about like really how much I was reading something, and I should have really written it down. I'm so bad at this. I believe in research, but I'm so bad at taking notes. I'm reading this passage, right? And it's the whole breakout scene where they disguise the stormtroopers and they use Chewie as, and I'm like, it was in one of Hamilton's. It's in one of his Star Kings books. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, this is the same scene. There's another character that's like Lando to a T. Like he starts out as sort of like a quasi-villain anti-hero who's a gambler and a rogue, and he's kind of funny though. And then he turns into a hero. I mean, it's the same character. So, and again, I'm not saying that this couldn't have come about as sort of like co-evolution. It does happen, in terms of like, music and literary works. So it is possible, certainly, but there are so many of them that it does feel like, I think somebody was drawing very heavily from these works. Is it a coincidence then that like Lee Brackett then was officially hired? It's like, we want to prevent any lawsuits, so let's get her in the fold. I don't know. I'm just shooting my mouth and kind of having fun.
That all makes sense. That all makes sense.
Yeah. Speculation is okay.
The video is I understand it's one perspective, it's biased, but it's a very persuasive video.
It is.
I mean, some of the points made, the video, did Lee Brackett ghostwrite Star Wars? Some of it's like, oh, okay, yeah, George Lucas saw the material, and he had clearly read it. Some of the material that is one-to-one, I'm like, that's not the specificity with which it is repeated. It is just, that's not someone that read the material and then wrote it. It really feels like somebody that wrote the material and then wrote it. That's all I'm saying.
100%. I left out movies because that could be its own. I think I even wrote that in the presentation. Like, movies could be its own topic of conversation, right? But Hollywood, goes back to James Cameron. Hollywood has done this since its inception. They've been stealing from the pulp authors for so long, and it's so irritating when you know it and you don't see them credited. Like, it's frustrating because they're stealing from them. But these guys, again, the publications are out of print. By and large, the publishers are out of print. Listen to me. The publishers don't exist, right? They don't exist as publishing houses anymore of these magazines, of these pulp magazines. The authors don't have the finances to sue. They just don't. So they can get away with it. And they did get away with it for so many years. And the thing is, what they do is if it's popular enough, if it's penetrated into the cultural, sphere, then they'll go about getting the requisite permissions and putting the name on it, right? Then it's, then they'll make a big deal out of it. But if they can get away with not doing that, that's what they generally do. And like I said, this stuff was all underground. So who's going to complain? How many people at this point, by 1977 had read this enough? Like Michael Moorcock is a good example. He says, when I saw Star Wars, he goes, it's Lee Brackett light, is what he says, after watching the film, which I think is interesting. But, Clark Ashton Smith wasn't going to sue. Lovecraft was dead. And this other part too is a lot of the authors had themselves died and didn't have strong enough literary heirs to defend their works.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's frustrating to sort of see it. But that's what they did. So it's even in those early, even late movies, because we mentioned Annihilation, and that it's right there. I don't know.
Great movie though.
It is.
Is that the one with Natalie Portman?
Natalie Portman, yeah.
Isn't that based off a book in of itself? That would
Yep.
have been okay, yeah.
It is. So that's why I say it's not Alex Garland,
No.
who I blame, who's the director. It's the author whose material he's basing it on that seems to have really kind of cribbed a lot from this guy.
And there's coincidence, and then there's
just give credit. I mean, that's my whole thing. And that's, with SC, it's something I've really tried to do, is to sort of give credit where it's due. If not in the end notes, because those bloody things go on forever, then at least, when I talk about the GUC, to just kind of list them all. And I still think there's some that I forgot and left out. That's why I always defer to Corey. I'm like, ask Corey, because he'll remember some reference from something that I've forgotten. And then sometimes he does it, and then we'll both have to do research and be like, oh, is it from an old video game? Is it from a newer video? What's it from? Because it was, again, I didn't take great notes. And he took better notes than I did, but he came on board a little bit later on. I had already done all the not all of it, but a lot of the damage that I did with the crossover. So he would ask me, and I'd be like, I have it on a piece of paper here somewhere. So yeah, fun, crazy times.
Well, I'm glad for all the ones that we briefly touched on the Mars stuff. I know that is brought up in sections of SC, and that I think those ones are more tasteful to me because, as you said, it's giving credit where credit's due. It's putting something back into what has been forgotten. By putting it into Star Wars is kind of like a full circle, I suppose. Yeah. And it's and for those who are being intellectually honest and are actually trying to see the nuance that we've just discussed today and see that, I think it's kind of beautiful to kind of have, you can look at SC, I read SC before I'll read any of these stories we've talked about today, but I only know of them because of SC and because of you. So it's like kind of like this perfect synergy. And when I do read it and I go back to SE,
Yeah.
I'm going to appreciate it 1,000 times more, because now I'll actually appreciate the stories that you mentioned or brought in.
Yeah.
How perfect is it too to have supernatural encounters if it's your capstone to the EU, and you're done with this huge task, and it just presents to you all this other stuff to read as you're finishing something else up.
Right.
And entirely another bunch of universes to explore, or universes that are connected to each other.
It's brilliant on a few levels. And actually kind of building off what you just said, Alex, I was saying, I think I was talking about this with somebody in the Discord. And this must have been your intention, Joe, or maybe it just sort of fell into place. But it's just beautiful in that how simple it is to take all these works that inspired Star Wars and make some of them directly and some of them, to the extent that you choose, canonically work in the history of Star Wars, in the lore. It inspired Star Wars in real life and is actually a part of Star Wars lore history. And it's so simple and so amazing. It's perfect.
Thank you.
You know, there is some pushback in it, and I've certainly put some pushback on it, more on stuff that isn't directly the pulps or the space opera, more just stuff that, like certain TV shows or something that I was a bit less inclined about. But it's sort of all the stuff that we've been talking about today, any of that was included was kind of like put in seamlessly, like where if Marcel or somebody else didn't tell me like during the streams and stuff, I wouldn't even realize that was meant to be some sort of connection to another franchise. I wouldn't have known, because it was just so seamless, and it's done really well to make it feel like, oh, this has always been a part of Star Wars.
Thank you. I mean, that was the idea. I mean, the other option could have been to just, and there was actually a lot of invention, because some of it isn't just, oh, I'm taking story X and putting it here. It was more like, all right, well, I'm taking story X, story Y, which actually kind of, oh, look, these kind of fit together. But then what's the origin of them? And then
so you have to actually write in something original to connect it to.
Right. Because if it is, again,
yes,
if
you could just say it's all not if you don't like it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Like to each his own, her own. But if the so let's look at that then. So if the xenomorph is actually there as we see him on the page, on more than one page, we see him in the X-Wing, in the Phantom Affair, the X-Wing comic.
So, yeah.
And then we see him again in Michael Reeves' second book. I forget which book. Name drops.
To something. It's the blue one.
Right. So, if that in fact is the xenomorph that Michael Reeves says it is, and the illustrator draws it to be, how does that work? Like, so for those people that really do think the way us lunatics do, right, and say, holy crap, what does that mean? How does that work? Somebody make it work, like Marcel always says. Someone make it work. Make it make sense.
3 Doppmers.
Then you have to go back, and then you have to kind of extrapolate backwards. And that task is made harder because of this thing is not just movies. It has an EU around it. So you have to dive into that lore.
Because for me, when I see this in fiction, not to interrupt you,
just
like when people say, "Oh, it's just an Easter egg," like for me, like if you see like a poster in the background, that's an Easter egg. If you see, and I guess you could say the same thing about the alien head in Predator 2, but the difference is that it's not just like a poster of a movie going like, that it's, here is an alien ship. This is their alien ship, and it's got a whole bunch of monsters that they've slain. And now you have that here too. I understand that it probably was, for all intents and purposes, just like oh, look at that. There's a little nod, to another respective franchise. But if I forget the gentleman's name in the second movie, the policeman. But if I'm that guy and I'm in that universe and I see the alien head, I know that that's an alien head, not the Alien movie, but I know that that's some sort of alien that has been captured and killed and put on their wall. So now that's a part of the universe. Where did that come from? What does that mean? I have to know. Like, it can't. It's, to me, the moment you do that, it's more than just a little fun nod. Like, there's some things you put in Supernatural Encounters where, like, I can tell this is meant to be a thing or this is something fun. I feel like I can tell sometimes when you do that. Like, I feel like people get a little hung up too much on some things. And I might ask you about one specifically afterward that I'm thinking of now that I said this.
Okay.
But, like, some of it I think is just fun and not meant to be anything more than that. But I think there's ways to tell this, and I think people, they don't try to have as much fun with it. You know, like,
right.
Why not?
That's what this is all about. I mean, this is supposed to be about fun.
Yeah.
But that's why
why do we read these? It's not, you know.
I get it because I was never a crossover guy. I never liked it. I always felt it was just crass commercialism. It's like, oh, now you want me to buy your, you know, I'm reading this comic. You want me to buy this comic and that comic, and I did it. I mean, I'm not a superhero fan, but I was a big Swamp Thing fan. Obviously, I like the supernatural, and I like weird fiction, and Swamp Thing is weird fiction. But like anytime he would appear in another issue of something else, I had to have it. Now, it didn't mean I was going to continue reading all the other issues. I could have. That's what they wanted me to do. That DC would have preferred that, I read this thing. I'm like, this is so great. I'm going to keep reading this. That didn't happen for me because he appeared in a lot of superhero comics, and I don't care as much for superheroes. I don't hate them, by the way, and I have seen all of the movies and series. So I do like them. I just don't like them to the degree that I was going to keep buying issue after issue. But I loved Swamp Thing. So anytime he made an appearance anywhere, I was like, mine. But the difference between, you know, like paying homage or a fun Easter egg and a crossover is the difference between Halloween 3 and Stranger Things. Okay? Halloween 3, all right? The main protagonist, his name escapes me, has a television on, and a scene from Halloween 1 is playing on it. Okay, that's an Easter egg. See, I mean, unless it's like it was intended,
on the news,
like news footage of Michael Myers, you know, walking, you know, across from house to house on, you know, in Haddonfield. It's most likely meant to. It's a movie. It's an
or Scream also had a Halloween playing, but they were watching a movie.
There you go. Now in Stranger Things, Mike's sister, whose name escapes me, talks to a guy in the trailer park. This is in the last season, and she's referencing other serial killers, right? And who does she mention? Not as a fictional one, but as an actual serial killer in their universe, Michael Myers. So that sets Stranger Things in the same world as Halloween. Of course, which of the Halloweens? We don't know. We're now like branching timelines.
1, 2, 4, 5, and 6.
I've tried to put them all together. Like in my head, I'm like, I know how to make this work.
Of course you do.
Halloween fans are so difficult in some respects that like it's like I'll never just put.
I mean, I don't know how you could do it to newer ones though, because they're like.
And I'm a Halloween fan.
Halloween 2 takes place like directly after Halloween 1, but then you got these new movies that came out in the last like 10 years, which are claiming, oh, all those other movies didn't have it. Only the first movie happened. Now this one's happening. So I don't know how you could reconcile that one.
It's like, it's harder with the newer trilogy, but definitely with the previous ones, it's definitely doable.
Yeah, like 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, H2O, and
Halloween Resurrection. Yeah, those could definitely work together as a whole.
And 3 is just like this weird anthology thing.
And some of the books and comics actually do.
There's books and comics of Halloween.
I didn't know that. Yep. And I'm behind on it. Like I haven't gotten like, which annoys me because I feel incomplete when I don't have the complete thing. So anyway, that's so the latter is a crossover. the former is an Easter egg. Like it seems pretty simple to me. I talk about this a lot because Michael Reeves is so guilty of doing it. He brought in so many crossovers from prior things that he and James Luceno, because they oftentimes
it's okay when they do it though. Just a little snark there. I'm sorry.
Right. Because it goes over a lot of people's heads. I didn't. So, for example, I hadn't seen Black. That's not true. I had seen Black Star back in the day, and then forgot about it because it ran one season. It was Michael Reeves, and I think Luceno was on the writing staff there.
Black Star,
and it was
on
great.
The staff.
It's basically it's space opera or planetary.
Yeah, I watched it.
You did.
Well, yeah, you said Michael Reeves did a cameo of it, so I watched the whole show because I'm insane.
Isn't it great?
It's so fun. The
Trobits, they're wonderful. It's great. It's if you can like be a kid again and enjoy it, on that level, I think it's wonderful. And I love that he in several times made references too, but I didn't know that. I ended up rewatching the show as an adult. And I'm like, this is great. This is space opera. I wonder if I could work in a reference to it. In a scene, and found out, oh, Michael Reeves already did it.
What he named the planet Sagar was that?
Yep.
Yeah.
He is a few things that he mentions in there. I don't know if Sagar was one, because I really should have again taken better notes with what the references were and where they all came from, and even the pre-existing ones. Like Lance had asked me once, "Do you have a list of all like the pre-SE, like EU references to other IPs?" And I did have that list at one time, and it was online. At least I think it was online. It was either online or somebody had sent me a list. It was one or the other. Because I would have people reaching out being like, "Oh, don't forget, Michael Reeves referenced the Oni from this manga." Oh crap! I didn't know that. I had no idea. Yeah, he mentions he mentions the race and the world they're from in the Coruscant. Was the Coruscant Night books? I forgot which book it was in, but it's in one of those books. The Oni of anyway, it's in the end notes. At least I hope it's in the end notes. So I was like, I had no idea. So I'm like, oh crap! So he like literally brings that race. Kevin Anderson and Rebecca Moesta bring the Rybets into their non-Star Wars series, and it's the same race. So I was like, holy crap! They're taking an EU like
yeah.
Like the list goes on and on in the Marvel series. Shoot, forgetting okay, got it. Lando disguises himself as Captain Harlock from the old anime manga series called Captain Harlock. It's the same exact like outfit, colors and everything. It's right on the cover of the Marvel series. I'm surprised that they let Joe Duffy get away with it. So why would he dress like him unless again like
unless he's heard of him.
Unless that person was a famous pirate, back from Lando's childhood, let's say, right? Or he read a story about him, or an in-universe, I don't know. But
there's multiple ways to make that be.
Multiple ways of like thinking about it. So again, like if this madness is fun for you, then you'll enjoy that. And if it's not, no worries. Like the same way that you read any EU book that has these like hidden crossover and it goes over your head, it'll go over your head. It's like it's not a big deal ultimately. When I read Splinter of the Mind's Eye the first time, I hadn't yet read Lovecraft because I read that book when it came out, so I was 8. All right, just kind of giving.
I wasn't even anything. Nothing. Not even an idea.
I'll never forget. I was in the bookstore section of the third floor of Alexander's department store. My mom was on the first or second floor, wherever the women's department was. And I saw that book, and I saw Luke and Leia and Vader on the cover, and I was like, this is a continuation. I like lost my little mind. I made her buy that. Like, I was like, you must buy this book. But so I didn't know that he was referencing Cthulhu, right there, that he was tying it into it. Didn't know it wouldn't have. It wasn't until years later, after I'd read Lovecraft, that I went back and reread Splinter, and I was like, oh, holy crap, that's a statue of Cthulhu in there. That means that. And then when you go back and read Pizzazz, and you read like the early Marvel stuff, and they're talking
There's a lot of stuff
about the behemoth from beneath, and like they're drawing on the Cthulhu mythos or this Lovecraftian entities to kind of and again the young reader that I was at the time, because I had those issues early on before I'd read it, was just like, this is great, monsters, bring it on. What's this cosmic wars?
What's this monkey?
What's this? I didn't read until many years later. Reist, right? Yeah, the telepathic skull monkey.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But yeah, I didn't know. I just thought it was all great, And then going back to it, like you said earlier, it was like, now it's richer. Like, those stories are richer to me. Rereading them, and then of course Alan Moore was just boop boop boop, was plucking directly, out of like weird fiction and stuff. I don't know. This can be a really fun universe, and if you're at the end of your EU journey, which is a sad thing, that was, you're right, Arthur. That was the idea, was to be like, oh well, maybe it doesn't have to end. Like, maybe it's just beginning, right? Like, we can't go forward. I mean, we can in one respect, and I'll get to that, right? But we can't go forward because Lucasfilm and Disney have said this is done, it's over. We don't even want to pretend it ever existed, right? Unless an author wants to cherry pick from it, and then,
or if they want to, reprint the books we already own.
Right, and that's more of because they're the deal with Del Rey, because Del Rey knows that a lot of money comes from that. That's not even something that they necessarily want, just like they didn't want 108 and capitulated because Marvel kept saying, yeah, but we're doing this, this anniversary thing, and it's very important to us. Holy crap, wow, that's wild. So I lost my train of thought. So here's a way. Instead of going, if we can't go forward, we can go back now. And here's this whole ancient past that if you guys want to go deeper with, here's a way to do that, right? However you want to do, whether it's reading stories or playing RPGs or drawing pictures or doing your own fan fiction, this whole thing is opened up. And it's not by any means all explained. There's a lot of things to sort of have fun with there. I mean, it's tremendous, right?
I was actually asking, Arthur still needs to figure it out, but I was asking him, like, so
yeah, because
if I was going to read all these books, how would I read them in chronological order?
And I was like, oh man,
you got to take some time on that, Alex. I don't know.
Well, I did send you guys. I think I sent you guys the GU. It's not the GUT, it's a GUC, which is the chart. The GUT is a grand unification theory. The GUC is a grand unification chart, which at least has some things in chronological order, which again was just in-house for me to be able to keep stuff straight. Because otherwise, and I tell you how many times that changed. I was like, this doesn't work. This doesn't work where it is because of the surrounding events. It needs to be here. With this Earth world, it fits better there. But now now that I've done it on the chart, I need to do it in the document itself. whew, it was a tremendous amount of work for something that I knew that a lot of people were just not going to like, or be happy with. But like I started to say earlier, and then like threw myself off track, was I could have just invented it all up from whole cloth. I mean, I have an imagination enough to be able to just invent all of it. But A, then I'm not solving the problem of these pre-existing crossovers, right? And then B, it's not as fun in that respect if you're into this thing, because this thing, rabbit hole though it is a lot of fun. It's not even like a rabbit hole; it's more like a whole warren. It's like a whole underground city of like rabbits. If you've seen Watership Down, you'll get the reference. Or I could do this thing, right? And then it's kind of like, in a way, it's almost like guideposts, because anytime you're dealing with the very ancient past, it needs to be like very, very alien and very exotic. So no matter what, it's going to be something that's not familiar to readers of.
It's not going to feel like Star Wars.
It's never going to, and it shouldn't. This was the problem that everybody talked about between you going from Tales of the Jedi
Dawn of the Jedi,
and it's like Star Wars modern, Tales of the Jedi is ancient. But people who read it liked that ancient aesthetic, and it felt that they had been cheated by sudden jump to the modern.
Yeah, later on they explain it, but it's still frustrating.
Exactly. So if I were to pluck any of you guys, right, and drop you 200 years ago, right, here, or where you currently live, the world would feel very alien. Even the language itself would sound alien. You would have no frame of references either with the people you're conversing with. Go back another 100 years. It's even worse. Go back 1,000 years. You're practically on an alien landscape, right? So here we're talking about many thousands, right? Tens of thousands. So it had to be. Now, the juxtaposition to that was humans and the coming of humans, and the fact that Star Wars is very oddly like Western in terms of its language and culture, and like it's more so when you read the Stackpole books. It's like it really does read like 1990s like frat, when they said Top Gun in outer space, it felt very literally like that. Yeah. The culture, even of the aliens, felt very America 1990s, right?
Yeah.
The way they talked, the way they bantered. But, it's even in the movies, Han saying, "I'll see you in hell." Yeah,
and that needs to be explained.
Right. What? Exactly.
Like when I heard that the first time, like, well, okay, so like, is Christianity a thing on Corellia? Like, what does that mean? Like, hell is like, that's like very specific, like, our concept. So like, you can't just say that in Star Wars and not expect me to be like, what?
And the EU takes that and really like explodes with that. You could find a ton of that in the EU already. So it's like, so there had to be a juxtaposition of humans, because you had to have human Western American almost culture, but you had to have an ancient world that was very exotic. And so the crossovers, the other IPs, are a way of kind of having a guidepost, so that if you do catch it, you're a bit more anchored. It's like, oh, all right, I'm not entirely lost. I know this. Oh, crap, this is whatever, this is from this. Is it? And then it's like, it puts you almost in the place of Arhul and Q9, and that if you want to, you can be fellow xenoarchaeologists with them and be like, holy crap, this goes deep. That's what you've done, Arthur. You essentially like taken.
Oh my God, Arthur's now Arhul.
Right.
He's gone on his journey.
Never me, it was Arthur. That's the invitation there. It's like, or you can just be like, oh, this is interesting, and move on to the things that are more closely connected to the EU that you love. It doesn't matter. There's no right or wrong. It's all about your own personal engagement and how much fun you want to have with this thing. I'll give you, going back to, since we're doing a history lesson, right? going back to 190. Crap, I always get my dates wrong. It's like 1908 or it's 19. Yeah, it's actually around that time. L. Frank Baum, okay? He writes this book, The Road to Oz, which is the fourth book, I think, in the series. Yeah. And I've mentioned this story before, but it bears repeating. At the end of it, so the story is basically like Dorothy kind of gets together with this homeless guy, different era, okay? And they go on this adventure together, and they actually meet a few other people, and they find their way in Oz. And weird stuff happens, and they're attacked, and there's creatures that can take their heads off and throw them at them. It's talk about
this
fiction.
They made a second movie of Oz. Was that called Return to Oz? Is that what
it
that
did?
was?
Yeah. And Walter
that
Murch
was so scary.
directed that. Walter Murch, who edited the original Star Wars films, and in fact Lucas helped get that film funded, Return to Oz. So there's more connection there. Anyway, in any case.
Yeah, sorry.
So, at the end, when they finally make it to the Emerald City, it's for Ozma's birthday party. Ozma's the queen or princess of Oz. And all of these guests arrive. And all the guests are from all of Baum's other non-Oz fantasy books. And it's crazy. And if you haven't read any of his non-Oz stuff, put yourself back right in 1908. If you haven't read, you've only read the Oz series. Suddenly you're like, I have no idea who these people are, but they're interesting. And you just kind of take it on that level. But if you have, or if you find out that he does, he's crossed over at least 7 or 8 of his other non-Oz books into Oz. So they're now all part of the same universe. That's how far back this thing goes. Yeah. And I just think it's so utterly fascinating to the origins of that. It's interesting. So then he dies. Sadly, he kind of dies relatively young, which is unfortunate. He'd only done 14 books at that point, plus a book.
Be right back. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
We'll probably wrap it up soon anyway.
Yeah, I'm keeping you guys.
You're fine. It's great.
I could talk for hours on this stuff.
That's okay. Yeah. I'm enjoying it.
I'm glad. I am too, obviously, since I
you stayed for this long, yeah.
I like hanging with you guys. I did when I first met you at Legends Con, and on the Discord server, I've always enjoyed. I just never seem to have the time, so it's nice to make the time.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
We'll have conversation. Thank you. I do too. So the publisher then decides we don't want this cash cow to end, so they get permission from the estate and they move forward with a new author, right? Ruth Plumley Thompson, her name is. And she continues on for 19 books in the series. And she starts doing the same thing, a bit more subtly, but she starts bringing in characters from her non-Oz books. So it's like we're seeing this sort of start of this expanded universe crossover thing starts to happen right in the very early 1900s. I just think that's really wild. And I talked to you already about how Barsoom became sort of the template for any time any author wanted to go to Mars, they're using Burroughs as the model, just changing up a few things. I saw you and then you vanished again. Now he's just a white orb.
Yeah, he's like one of the ones.
He's one of the ones.
That one picture where they're like faces and they got colors on them.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely, 100%. Anyway, so I was just elaborating on how the whole expanded universe crossover thing begins right there in the early 1900s. And here we are, a century and a quarter later, and we're still debating it, discussing it, enjoying it, hating on it, whatever the case, whatever you choose, it's all good,
Yeah.
But I know it's gotten late, so I don't want to keep you guys beyond. Oh wow, 4.5 hours almost.
I mean, it's a pretty good range to end it on. I mean, that's almost as long as there's another guy that interviewed you. I forget his name.
His name is Alex. Yes, his real name is Alex as well.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yep. Yeah, that was a 7-hour interview, and I feel so bad for him because he had. I was expecting like the standard questions, but he had deep lore questions. I was just getting over being sick. I was still exhausted, and I hadn't a lot of experience doing sort of the interview thing, so I didn't know like how much to say that would be too much. Like, what's a spoiler? I just hadn't figured it all out. So that interview was less than it should have been for him because he's a super sweet guy.
Yeah. Well, in the end, he broke it up into a few parts for us too.
He did.
Which helped the watching.
He did. But I didn't have the energy to, But anyway, maybe one day we'll revisit now that I have. So he was asking questions. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. Let's find a roundabout way.
Good questions, though.
Yeah, he did, man.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time, you, Arthur, and Joe. Appreciate it. It's really thanks to Arthur, that this live stream lasted as long as it did, because he's dipping his toes, but he's still far more knowledgeable than I am on this particular subject matter. And so this probably would have been nice and short because I would have just gone, yes, Joe. Yep. That sounds awesome. And there would have been no little back and forth because I don't know anything. So that's why I wanted somebody who's a bit more knowledgeable so there could be a little bit more engagement there. And I think it ended up turning out really well. And I appreciate getting to learn as much as hear both of you just talk about this. It makes me excited to get into it, hearing both of you speak so highly and excitedly.
Yep.
Whatever. Yeah, that's okay. I said a proper word about this stuff. And it's good for people to know their history. And, we got school for, the boring real life lore. But, what about that Star Wars lore and history of Star Wars lore? That's important too. And I'm glad that my channel was able to facilitate that. So I appreciate it a lot. You both are absolutely.
Guys. Absolutely.
You both are phenomenal people.
And thanks for having me. I'm glad I was useful.
Yeah, you were so useful. This stream would not have gone down as well. It would have been Joe going, and I'd be like for the whole time. So
anytime I can hang out with you guys is time well spent. And I really mean that because I just enjoy your company. So
same. All righty. Till next time, guys. Thank you for watching, and thank you all for watching the stream. Bye.
Peace.
Well, that was great.